Thank you, Buncore. What's up, chat? I'll be getting started in just a few. Hello, everybody. Good evening, good morning. Your girl is back in slightly less pain, though still some, but doing better. Yes, there actually is a Twitch chat, Krista Blante, and the Twitch chat has much better emotes, actually. Long story short, getting push notifications via Discord, though can't and won't respond, log in. Honestly, Buncore, I'm just glad to hear you're doing all right. These days, it's gotten to a point where, like, people who I hear from regularly, when I stop hearing from them regularly, it starts to cause, like a worry. I'm sure a lot of you can understand why people are getting disappeared left and right. It's getting scary out there, y'all. So please stay safe. And thanks for reaching out as well. So, just to start off with some house cleaning, tomorrow I will be joining this space again, this time as a guest on the Devil's Advocates show. That'll be the Devil's Advocate Productions, rather, their show. I will be there at 6 p.m. Eastern, so slightly before this stream's time. I will try and stream here as well tomorrow after that, but depending on how long that goes, we'll see. Otherwise, we'll be back on Wednesday as usual. Besides that, what else has been happening over the weekend? Well, actually, there's been a lot of stuff happening over the weekend. I haven't really spent as much time paying attention to the news, mostly because I was on mandatory bed rest and brain rest by the doc. So I've caught up as much as I can today, and there is a lot. So let's get to it. Given a current thing, it is one of the reasons I'm not willing to. Yeah, no, fair enough, Buncore. Not to mention also some Discord news. There is apparently an exploit in Discord that will allow anyone to ban anybody, including whether or not you are already a moderator. I haven't looked too deeply into it, but I have posted it in the Discord. I'll post it here as well in case you guys want to have a look. Obviously, these exploits are all over the place, and they're getting worse with the assistance of AI. Nadia Bet, when I was growing up, people were still running from Figueiredo, Pinochet, and Videla. When I got forewarned, I ran in Jan. good on you for running. And honestly, no shame. I've said this before, and I've said this again. Leaving the United States right now is not giving up. There is literally zero way in which leaving for your safety is giving up the fight. We would not to say that we won World War II, obviously, the Allies won World War II, but fascism definitely won World War II. But we, as the Allies, would not have won World War II if not for the German Jews that escaped prior to ending up in camps. These people were invaluable. And people who fled the United States, people like myself, mind you, who left way back in 2018, who have knowledge of the culture, knowledge of the history, knowledge of how Americans think, how the government works, are also invaluable in creating a opposition, a resistance, in educating others internationally on how to fight back. This is not gonna stop in the United States. They have they've consolidated quite a bit of power. They're not fully there yet, but assuming they get there, and it probably is the safe assumption to make, this is going to be a global effort against them because, well, we're going to start invading other countries. And the best way to ensure that that global resistance has any chance of standing up to the United States is to have people who fled the United States. Former Americans who had served in the military, for example, would be a massive help here. So, welcome to the chat, by the way, Nadia Yvette. You're definitely in the right place. Damn, sucks that it's gonna get patched. I've been using it to extort my enemies. I mean, wait, pen testing? Of course. Getting along with people one disagree with is easy. However, we are reaching levels of disgust that makes dropping out preferable to breaking bread. Oh, I don't think that, like, you should be trying to get along with the people on the MAGA side. Look, Republicans that are not Nazis left MAGA long ago. They just don't openly tend to admit it. The thing with cults is, once cults start to break apart, when people start to leave cults, they often do so quietly. But then they continue to work against those cults. We even have Republicans who have become members of this community. One that I can think of just from last week, who claims that they are now politically homeless. Like, do I agree with them on most of their beliefs? God, no. Like, they like Bush. Though, currently, I'd prefer Bush. At least the man was funny. There is a difference between the enemy and someone who you disagree with. And right now, the only enemy is the Nazis, the fascists. Everyone else. I said this earlier in my Discord, because we've been seeing some, like, infighting, which isn't as bad as it could be, thankfully. But I would literally allow Henry Kissinger himself, like that dude, into my coalition as long as he would be useful in fighting the Nazis. Would I trust him? Fuck no. Not even 1/1000% would I trust him. But would I allow him to help us fight the Nazis? Yeah, of course I fucking would. They said Mamdani is only at 44% in the latest poll. There is this creeping pro-centrism child going over the polling in another stream. Don't even buy into that. Like, even the betting markets are saying, like, 97% for Mamdani, and I don't buy into the betting markets anyway. There is no shot that that man loses. Not without massive cheating. There's a reason why they're going out and talking about wanting to arrest and deport Mamdani. There's a reason why they're talking about flooding the city with ICE raids after he wins. Hell, even Kathy Hochul came out and said that she'll support Mamdani. So, you know, there is some good there. Claudio means that they've been more transnational Western Bloc espionage complex than really just the USA, but anyhow. You're not wrong, Nadia. You're not wrong, but that's a bit too complex for the average American without, like, extensive historical explanation on that. We do touch on that stuff when we talk about, like, the Ukraine war, which we do often on this channel. Did you see what Doug Ford did with his Ronald Reagan commercial? Ian Leal, I did not actually see what Doug Ford did. I did see the commercial. I did see Trump crash out over it, but, whatever it takes to worsen the standard of living for Americans. Craved ambiance. Hi, I hate the online leftist discourse this week. Hi, I hate the online leftist discourse every week. So, you're not alone there at the very least. We're basically at civil war. I worry that people are not going to come together until blood is spilled, but it's probably not going to be from the people causing this. Well, we are in a civil war. In fact, there's literal, military from southern states, like Texas, invading northern states. And no, people aren't going to come together until blood is spilled. I've talked about this at length, and I've shown videos from, historians of American resistance history, like Todd Stormer on TikTok, for example, who's talked about this as well, in that this is also the thing that happened right before the actual, the original Civil War, where we were functionally in a cold civil war for a long, long time, and people kept delaying where it was going in order to try and prevent violence, but by doing so, made it so that there was more violence. I don't want any violence either. I, of course, don't want any violence. But the other side does. And by trying to appease the other side to prevent the violence that they want to do unto us, not any violence that we want to do unto them, they're the ones that want to do the violence, all that ended up doing is extending how long that war took place for, extending the feelings that people had, exasperating them, the resentment, the anger, the rage, the disgust, and it led to far more blood being spilled than otherwise would have been necessary at the time. And unfortunately, history tends to rhyme, and so we're headed that way again. But hold off on those thoughts for a second. We'll jump there in a sec. I did first want to start off with a couple of lighter bits of news, and then we'll touch on more, we gotta touch on the economy, we gotta touch on Venezuela, we gotta touch on the Nazis in America, all of that. Obama didn't want to create an awkward moment to ask RBG to retire, and here we are. Well, to be fair, if you're gonna blame somebody, I mean, you can blame a lot of people, and this goes back way further than Obama. Read the shock doctrine first off if you haven't already. I've posted a PDF to it in the Discord. I absolutely hate the terms mandatory reading, especially when it comes to political discourse. But if there's one thing that I would declare as mandatory reading, it would be the shock doctrine by Naomi Klein. You can find an audiobook for it on YouTube. I think there's one on Spotify. Or just read the PDF or buy the actual book. It's a really, really good one, and it will explain a lot of things to you. It'll make a lot of things make sense. What's up, Arberlin? But if you want to blame somebody more recent than Obama, well, Biden. Biden was literally elected to get these people out of power, to prosecute the ones who committed crimes. And the moment that Biden was elected, what did he tell his chief of staff? He didn't want his presidency to be defined by the persecution of his political opponents, which is literally why he was elected. So, to be a civil war, there would have to be an effective second side to it with what amount to basically COINTELPRO if they're not literally such as Jeffries and Schumer leading the left side into the ditch. It's going to be a Holocaust, not a civil war. Oh yes, but Jeffries and Schumer aren't the left; those are the center. When I say there is an actual resistance movement, it's not large, it's not as effective, but there is real resistance. You just don't hear about them much because they're smart enough to not post this online. But you're right; it is much closer to a Holocaust than a civil war. I would like to see far more people out in the street, and we are seeing an increased number of that, but we're not seeing anywhere near the energy, the vibes, or the numbers consistently as we should be. Again, I said this during No Kings, it was great to see that many people out there, but it's still a weekend protest. Go look at Georgia, the country, not the state. They've been out there day after day after day after day for over 320 days now, getting gassed, getting hit with water cannons, and fighting for their country. I'm at work to listen to you or the shock doctrine. Well, listen to me first, then the shock doctrine later. But let's just let's put all that to the side. We'll get to like the politics of it all in a second. First, you ever see what the inside of Category 5 hurricane looks like? Because it's wild. Apparently, there's a bunch of birds trapped in this one too, getting carried across in it. But this was taken from TL-74, which is like a hurricane spotter, a storm plane, as it flew through Hurricane Melissa. It's a pretty big ass storm. It is currently over the Caribbean, I believe. I think it's gonna be the biggest storm ever to hit Jamaica. So, massive and terrifying. And of course, these are gonna get bigger. By the way, like, it's continuing to get stronger. It is gaining strength over the Caribbean Sea to the south of Jamaica, with the latest recon measuring 175 miles per hour sustained winds and a pressure of 906, easily placing it in the list of top 10 strongest hurricanes in history in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa is also continuing to drift west and out of the cone of uncertainty, with a sharp northern turn predicted by the National Hurricane Center. This could hit the mainland of the United States. If it does, you ain't getting any help because we got rid of FEMA. So, you know. I like how the clouds at the bottom spin faster than the plane is turning. I'm, like, hurricanes are crazy. Must look even wilder IRL, like the scale. Yeah, absolutely. Can the island survive this? Probably not. Probably not, if I'm being honest. Speaking of, is not going to survive this. The online discourse directed at men across the board, not just like right-wing men, but men across the board, is absolutely fucking insane. And we as a civilization may not survive this. So, this woman voted in an election or something. Voted for Zoran Mamdani. And the reply that she got, the response that she got back, I'm like jumping back and forth just not to spoil it for you, because this is some insane shit. Depraved Ambiance, I'll read what you wrote just after I finish this one. So, this is it, friends. This is where I came from. These are the fires in which my disgust was forged. The vacant stare, the Miss America smile, the trappings of middle-class conformist consumerism, the self-insured, momentary, tell me I'm pretty pose clashing with the lack of effort in self-presentation and the impatience of choosing an unflattering background. The smug, condescending delivery of the message, I have done what you have warned me not to do. All of it completely irrelevant to the topic at hand, forced awkwardly in front of it, obscuring it, replacing it, upstaging it, or so she hopes. Standing between you and what matters, she says only, look at me, look at the difficulty I've caused for you, witness the joy that I can only derive from being your problem. This isn't about politics. She doesn't understand them. She doesn't even think she knows better than you. She only knows that you can't tell her what to do. She doesn't even think she has power. She only knows that you have even less, and this is where she places her art. When the bill for her foolishness comes due, oh, how her expression will change. No longer a bold and toothy smile, now a pouty bottom lip. Like, people like this need to just get launched into the sun. Amount of my brain cells currently committing suicide as I read this is staggering, actually. I think I've actually dropped about 6 IQ points since the beginning of this post. This is also, touch grass, guy. Holy fucking shit. This, and then these guys go out and then claim, the male loneliness epidemic. First off, everyone's fucking lonely, but, you deserve a loneliness epidemic. That guy in particular. This guy is a forest of red flags. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Here's the second part. It's way too late for me to have a real life. I'm not getting married. I'm not ever gonna have a real relationship. I'm never gonna build a house or buy one or make it the way I like it. I don't have the time or energy for any of that. I'm an adult adolescent until death now. I got no chance to start any sort of life that makes sense. You know, I'm 40, right? I'm not great health from stress issues stemming from the pandemic, and I can't handle 100% of my own needs, never mind a family. Sure, there's a lot that I can contribute to the world, but I'm not going to get much back for it. No matter how much money I get, there isn't much I can do with it. Maybe you get a nice place to live or a car, but not a real life. Literally every single problem that this person faces is their own problem. Like, they created every single problem that they are describing. And also, like, the blackpilling of it is, it's so sad. Like, first off, yeah, if you don't want to end up like this guy, you probably should not listen to this guy. But the fact that, like, this is where so many men's mentality is at is criminal. Because none of this is natural. This is all manufactured. This is from listening to people like Tommy Robinson and Andrew Tate 24/7. It's so fucking sad. This is what I'm saying. These guys are surpassed merely disagreeing with them. I'm simply disgusted at their rhetoric and pathetic attempt to justify harming everyone different. Well, again, like, these people aren't worth your time. You don't need to try and, like, move them over. First off, you can't logic someone out of a position they didn't logic themselves into, but, like, if this person is choosing to suffer, then they should suffer. And now, Depraved Ambiance, he said, I knew I didn't agree with you on your argument against the working class leading the revolution, but I couldn't articulate why. I also knew that my disagreement with you didn't make you a fake leftist. Now I can articulate why. Education is required for any revolution to be actually reformative instead of just evolving into a new power structure. We agree on that part, but I think the education can be effective even if not formally obtained from the current system. I agree with that as well. I think that education is important. What I meant when I said I don't agree with the working class leading the revolution, that was not just because of the lack of education in the working class. It was because the working class is the exploited. They are the ones that are going to have the highest degree of resentment to carry over. And following that revolution, that resentment is going to turn into like, looking for enemies of the revolution amongst other, like, members of the working class. Where instead of going after, like, the billionaires, it's like, well, you have $1 million, which might as well just be like 50K these days anyway. But beyond from that, it's also that in many cases, the working class would be incapable of thinking of a better system to create and would instead try and implement a system in which they are now the ruling class. That would be my larger worry. I'm not saying that that's what would happen. I'm saying that's why I'm not fully in favor of, like, a working class led revolution. Not to say that the working class shouldn't be involved. They absolutely should be involved. I just don't think the leadership should be primarily made up of that. But beyond that, like, we don't really disagree much. Biz, hope you're well. Don't get me wrong, but you in Australia have little to no idea what me and many of my people are living through, preparing for war with the United States. Oh, I'm sure I do not, but I am going to go into that, Dan did so, in just a few minutes. After we talk about, like, some American economy stuff, I was planning to jump right into what we're planning to do with Venezuela, because it looks like we're, like, this close to taking off into, like, the full-on war end of it. On one side, the Venezuelan opposition couldn't get the job done against the dictatorship, and now some want United States to clean up their mess. People don't even understand what's happening in Venezuela. Want me to come up? Not just yet. You're gonna have to give me, like, 15 to 20 minutes before we get there, but, like, you are absolutely correct on it. Yes, there are quite a lot of the opposition to Maduro in Venezuela who are now, like, sucking up to America saying, come save us, and they got no idea what they're asking for. But stick around, because I'm gonna just, like, speed through the rest of this so we can get to that. Now, The millionaires are running it. All believe that. Like, no, the millionaires aren't running shit. The millionaires ain't nothing. Billionaires are the ones running everything. There's about 3,000 to 50,000 people causing all of the world's problems. You're talking about bourgeois interests re-emerging. Exactly, and that's my main worry when it comes to that. That's my name, Bozo. Now, let's continue on really quickly, because I do really want to get into the Venezuela side of it, because it's risky. Like, we've been doing dry runs with bombers for a few days now, and like just earlier this morning, Venezuela scrambled a bunch of F-16s, while we also had a C-130 on its way there. So like, who the fuck knows? Pizza index off the charts. I just wanted to show one more example of men that should touch grass. Kind of like this. Again with fucking Giggly Puff. Posts nice picture. Sorry for being a sweet southern girl. In the comments, if I put my face in your cleavage there, would you knee me in the balls or kick me in the balls? Being one of the more normal comments that this person receives. Hence why I don't post photos of myself online. Just so you understand. But again, like, the point being, this kind of psychosis is manufactured. We want people to feel like this. We want people to act like this. Dude, just get consent first. How fucking hard is that? Well, clearly impossible for those people. Yikes is true. Now, we talked quite a bit about how the economy is about to fall apart just last week. You know, the massive increase in people seeking bankruptcy, the increase in bankruptcy lawyers being looked for, the job numbers being horrific, the amount of people wanting to go to law school. I found a really nice graph of what the U.S. economy is right now. That's it. That's all that is holding up the entirety of the U.S. economy. Right here. It's basically just NVIDIA as a company. So, I mean, fingers crossed, Trump is supposed to be negotiating with Xi this week. So maybe the entire thing just collapses in and on itself right then and there. Look at that churn. Hell yeah. All of this is one big bubble, and all of this is going to come crashing down at the latest March of next year. Pretty bad, actually. Now, if you guys thought that Trump trying to negotiate with Putin was bad, well, the US president said he plans to discuss the war in Ukraine during his meeting with Xi Jinping. Quote, "We would like China to help us with the Russia issue. We've imposed very tough sanctions on Russia. I believe these sanctions will have a serious impact, but I'd like China to help." Now, the sanctions that we did put on Russia are actually quite large, and they are going to kind of fuck Russia over. And even on that, China has jumped on board a little bit, but we're not getting anything good out of that. Oh, by the way, you're all going to be shocked and chagrined at the fact that Amazon is going to start laying off 30,000 employees starting tomorrow. Yep, everything is going great in this country. Donald Trump says that he is more popular than Jesus, which I'm not sure how that could be true, considering they cut SNAP benefits today, and new reports reveal that the Trump administration cut about $500 million in deliveries to food banks across the country. I've seen reporting that this number is closer to $2 billion. Food banks were expecting more than 27 million pounds of chicken, 2 million gallons of milk, 10 million pounds of dried fruit, and 67 million eggs that never arrived and went to waste instead. Americans are literally starving to death, and we don't care. Like, this is what's happening in this country.
On my feed back to back. The first one was a woman telling people how to dumpster dive, so that they can put food on the table for their families when they lose their SNAP benefits and can no longer afford to eat. How to get your Thanksgiving out of a dumpster this year. Thanks for the tip, Queen. Wish you didn't have to give it. That's crazy. The second one was a young 24-year-old person sobbing because when they lose their health insurance, they're going to die because they won't be able to afford insulin. And then the third one was a woman explaining how she just went and got a bunch of ramen and snacks in bulk and everything so that this year at Halloween, she can hand out meals to kids so that they can eat in November. If you're seeing these things and you're not disgusted by the state of our world, by the state of our country, and you're not enraged, what is wrong with you? Genuinely, what is wrong with you? That's why I wrote Rage. That's literally why I wrote the song. It's not.
Do you understand where this country has gone? The country that everyone looked at not all that long ago as the richest and most powerful country in the world. There are people teaching others how to dumpster dive, to feed their families. For Halloween, people are getting fucking ramen noodle kits so that they can eat. This is what we've become. We are a fourth world country. And by the way, we gave $40 billion to Argentina last week. Or rather, we didn't give it to them yet, but we're going to, bribing them. It's $40 billion in case, if Milei gets reelected. One more time for you, just to really let this sink in. This is where we are as America. I've shown the food lines. I've shown the fact that even the military has to join the food lines. The fact that nobody can afford anything. Food prices have gone up upwards of 40% in some cases. They're about to go up even more because we keep pissing off other countries that we trade with. And the goal here, just to remind you, is to make your life so difficult, so expensive, and so unlivable that you turn to crime to feed yourself, to pay your bills, to feed your family, so that they can then arrest you and then put you in a prison where slavery is legal. That's the goal. Did so. Check Discord. I will ping you when we get up to Venezuela because I do want to have you on. I do want to hear from you. You would know more than most of us, I would think, what's actually going on over there. It's sadly been heading this way for a while, but just accelerated it? Oh, absolutely. We've been headed down this path for a while now, but there is literally zero reason that we have to be here. Fun fact, they will try and tell you it's not. Dumpster diving is legal in most places as long as the dumpster is owned by Waste Management. They do also lock these dumpsters, however, and supermarkets like, places like Target, for example, often actually burn food instead of throwing it in the dumpster or cover it in chemicals so that people can't go dumpster diving, steal that food that was thrown away and then eat it. They make it unusable. Just a warning, I'm going to make jokes because I need them to ease my discomfort. Don't think that means I'm making light of this. I'm not. Absolutely, we definitely need some levity while engaging with these kinds of things. Why would those idiots do that? So that you have to go buy the food and that people can't get free food, Chub Shobi. Part of the reason being that, if they threw away food and then someone went and ate it and got sick, they could sue them, but no one does that. The reason is so that you can't get it for free and so that you have to go and buy it. Or, steal it and then get arrested. Did you see what I sent you on Discord about the recent 7-2 Supreme Court ruling? I did see that, Oxpecker. It's good news. I just don't tend to put much stock in what the Supreme Court says or does these days, just because, personally, I don't think the law really matters anymore. I think it's mostly dead. I think, if anything, it slows things down for a little bit, but they're currently at the point of trying to arrest judges, and they're just ignoring the court rulings anyway. The court said that they can't be gassing folk. They're still gassing folk. What's up, Darth Narak? One more time for this, though.
The 3 videos I just saw on my feed back to back. The first one was a woman telling people how to dumpster dive so that they can put food on the table for their families when they lose their SNAP benefits and can no longer afford to eat. How to get your Thanksgiving out of the dumpster this year. Thanks for the tip, Queen. Wish you didn't have to give it. That's crazy. The second one was a young 24-year-old person sobbing because when they lose their health insurance, they're going to die because they won't be able to afford insulin.
You mean judges that try and, I don't know, abide the law, the Constitution? The Trump admin, by the way, isn't dumb, it's just Hitlerite and evil. Darth Nark, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you are a Trump dick rider. Am I correct here? Oh no, cool. Yep. Any reasonable, logical person being, or even like company would give extra food to the poor? Well, not under capitalism, because that doesn't make you money. Good, Darth Nark. Good to hear. Look, this is what my life has been like, and what I assume most of y'all's have been. About to go on my last 15 minute. Hi, friends. What's up, Michaela Rose? And I hope, you know, your last 15 minutes isn't as ominous as it sounds. This is what growing up has been like, though, for me. And I'm going to go ahead and assume a lot of you.
Childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future.
9/11.
What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right, well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will...
Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30...
Global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates. Forever.
By the way, this is why you need to read the shock doctrine, because each of these were shocks that were then accompanied by changes to the system that continued to make this worse. I do think this administration is dumb enough to think hungry troops will stay in line. Well, so far they are. And I'm sure the ones that, like, are risky are getting some stuff on the side. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't get reported. You know, bribery for one. Maybe they're not paying them directly. Maybe they're doing other things. And to be fair, like, we're talking about the U.S. military. Yeah, don't put that much hope in them. The reason being is a lot of it involves brainwashing. We've been brainwashing the U.S. military since the 70s, so...
This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year.
$250,000.
At minimum.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now.
Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever, I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
They're going to try to replace you with AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about it.
And all of those childhood shows were filled with child abuse. There have been at least 36 cases where the federal courts have found objective proof that DOJ and other admin officials knowingly lied. Yes, actually, I did see that. I do have a clip on it, but I can't show it on stream because it is from 60 Minutes and YouTube will copyright me. Fuck AI? Oh, absolutely fuck AI. Not going to go into this right now because we're not going to talk about Russia at the moment, but if you need any more reason to hate AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek, and Grok are all serving users propaganda from Russian-backed media when asked about the invasion of Ukraine. New research finds. So all of your enterprise AIs, here I'll link you the Wired article, are giving Russian propaganda when asked for anything. Now, part of the reason for that being there's just so much Russian propaganda everywhere that it's seeped into the training data, but also, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some, I don't know, like, actual shit going on behind the scenes there. Alright. Now, let's talk about the fact that, we're just doing the most evil shit possible. First off, Jessica Tarlov continuing to be the only person on Fox News willing to speak anything remotely true.
Well, I think that there's always a choice, and you're right about the demand issue, and I wish that we could do more about that. And this has been going on forever, that we have a drug consumption problem here and a drug supply problem coming from South and Latin America. So I totally get that. But when you're looking at how this fight is being executed at this particular moment, it doesn't make a lot of sense. First and foremost, the fact that no one can confirm that we've actually been taking out narco traffickers or huge drug traffickers, however you want to say it. And last week when we were talking about this, Dana had just seen the alert that the admiral in charge of the Southern Command had resigned. And he was the one who was in charge of this. And the reporting
Literally resigned, by the way, because of the fact that we keep committing crimes, like war crimes. Dude resigned after 24 years in the military saying, yeah, no, they're making us commit, like, fucking crimes here. So, you know, I'm out. The failure of one world policy made by the United States using globalization via the UN last 65 years? Well, true.
is that he wasn't comfortable with the mission and had been pushing back within the Pentagon. And do you think he would have resigned if everything was by the book? So we have 32 people that have been killed so far, 7 individual strikes. We know that the Colombian president is alleging at least that an innocent fisherman was murdered. We know that there's a family from Trinidad who's saying that a member of their family was killed. And then it is really important that we have repatriated 2 people, one to Colombia, one to Ecuador, because that indicates that we don't have any evidence to prosecute them, that we didn't know.
That's incorrect. 45 people are dead and 10 striked. To be fair, this is from a couple days ago, so yes, that number has gone up. She's still on Fox News, that is true. She's gonna end up in a fucking gulag if she keeps it up at this rate, though. I will say that much for sure.
Were, because if you did have evidence, you would bring them before a court. And I know that you're going to make fun of me, and I am prepared for it each and every day, but drug traffickers also have rights. The law applies. We should have...
Literally, yes. Drug traffickers do also have rights. Criminals also even have rights. Now, first off, ain't zero evidence that any of these people are either criminals or drug traffickers, considering the fact that there is no courts, that there is, like, no due process, that there's no arrest. We're just bombing people in the middle of the ocean. We're just doing Israel shit. We're, not concerned with legality.
The evidence, they should be charged with something, and
or
they should
evidence.
come before a court of law. And Rand Paul was on the Sunday shows this weekend, and he said to Kristen Welker,
they're in international waters, so it's a war crime. Yes, absolutely. And also, like, we bombed a Colombian boat too. And then said, nah, sorry, it's their fault. Which is insane. Like, we're just starting shit with everybody. And anybody and everybody. Meanwhile, also, like, we're backing away from China and Russia because we're too scared to fight them now. Because, well, we weakened everybody. Literally, like, the Pentagon's own memo said so, that we are moving away from conflict with China and Russia and moving more towards policing our own general vicinity. As in, we're going to start a war with South America so that we don't get dragged into a war with China, Russia, and Iran. Colombia, Ecuador, Trinidad and Tobago, on top of Venezuela. And most of these are, like, allies, too. Colombia's an ally, Trinidad and Tobago are an ally.
when you kill someone, if you're not in a declared war, which we are not, Congress with the war powers, you really need to know someone's name at least.
Trump literally even said that we don't even need the war powers. Like, we don't need Congress to declare war. They're using Hellfire missiles against unarmed boats, like fishing boats, yeah.
So all these people have been blown up without any evidence of a crime. They're also saying that it's about fentanyl, and people who analyze the area are saying that there's drugs that go through, but it's mostly cocaine and marijuana that are headed actually to Europe and to Africa.
Again, like, if you're worried about fentanyl, maybe take a look at American pharmaceutical companies. If you are worried about, like, I don't know, the drug cartels in Mexico, maybe stop selling them guns. But then again, like, what can you expect from us? By the way, this is what the president thinks about, like, you know, Congress having to declare war.
Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
Literally, this man has been friends with international drug smugglers, drug dealers, the mob. Like, there's known ties to them. It doesn't matter, though, because reality is whatever they say it is. Like,
okay, we're not going to put up with it much longer. Colombia is very bad. Mexico is run by the cartels. I have great respect for the president, a woman that I think is a tremendous woman. She's a very brave woman. But Mexico is run by the cartels, and we have to defend ourselves.
Remember when they said that Canada was being run by Mexican drug cartels, that the Mexican drug cartels had taken over Canada? Again, by the way, we sell like over 70% of the guns to the Mexican drug cartels to the Mexican drug cartels. So, like, yeah, what the fuck do you think? And I would just like you to, think about that while we talk about what's been going on in the region. All right, I'm going to bring on Dan Ditso in just a second, but before we do, let me cover like some of the stuff that we've seen happen today. Here is the USS Gravely, arriving yesterday at the Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad and Tobago, for a 5-day port visit to resupply and wait out Hurricane Melissa, currently rampaging across the Caribbean Sea. Venezuela has called the arrival of the Gravely an escalation by the United States. That's because it is. It's a literal fucking guided missile destroyer. So, you know, big ship. I've shown like several different exercises we've been doing in the region. Also, we've been doing dry runs with our B-1 bombers. Here's one of them taking off. We've been doing these every day for a couple days now. He's afraid of Claudia because she has dictator-level support with like 80% or some sort of shit. True. Mexico lifted 12 million people out of poverty and expanded free healthcare since Sheinbaum became president. Also true. And it wasn't like India or China where they were just like talking about like poverty illegal. Well, I mean, Fox News did literally say we should just execute the homeless people, so. Here's another example. 2 U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer long-range heavy bombers with the 34th Bomb Squadron are currently tracing the coast of Venezuela over southern Caribbean, less than 50 miles from the Venezuelan capital of Caracas. At several points, the bombers likely came within only a few miles of Venezuela's national airspace. We've been doing this for a while. As you can see, we got a lot of planes in the region. And for the second time this week, a pair of U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer bombers attached to a 34th Bomb Squadron at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota are on mission to the Caribbean, to the south of Dominican Republic, likely carrying out another attack demonstration against targets in Venezuela. Like, getting real fucking close to the actual border, mind you. And then today we had several F-16s from Venezuela scramble out of the El Libertador airbase in Maracay, headed towards, like, where we are in the southern Caribbean Sea. The betting odds, I guess, seem to be interesting. I don't know how to read that, nor do I care. Oh, and then we also had a C-130 currently flying in the direction of Venezuela. That was also today. So we got a lot of stuff going on. We got Lindsey Graham say, have you seen the clips of Venezuela ramping up coastal defenses? It looks scary. Good. I have seen them. I don't have those clips right now, but I mean, I just really want to hammer in how serious we are on this. Here's what Lindsey Graham said today in response to what he's been told by Trump while he's in Asia.
President Trump told me yesterday that he plans to brief members of Congress when he gets back from Asia about future potential military operations against Venezuela and Colombia. So there will be a congressional briefing about a potential expanding from the sea to the land. I support that idea, but I think he has all the authority he needs. Senator Gallego on another network accused President Trump and our military of committing murder by attacking these drug boats. To our men and women in uniform, you're not murdering anybody. You're making America safer by going after a narco-terrorist. You're following...
You are literally murdering civilians. You should all be tried in The Hague. Anyone taking part in this.
Lawful orders. When President Bush 41 took Ortega out in Panama, Reagan went into Grenada.
They are not lawful orders. They're just, like, not Harry Weiss of the nation. Sure.
Influence from Grenada in our backyard. He has all the authority in the world. This is not murder. This is protecting America from being poisoned by narco-terrorists.
There's a reason why he had to specify how many times that he thinks it's not murder. Oh, by the way, the Human Rights Reporting Gateway was deleted. We'll talk more about this in a bit. Now let me get Dan Ditso up here. Let's talk to our resident Latin American and hear what's actually going on down there. Fucking hell is correct, my friend. All right, give me 2 secs to set this up. Ditso, I'm not going to be able to have the camera on, I don't think, without messing it up, so you might be the only one with a camera on. Give it a go. Okay, let's see. First off, I'm not getting any mic input. Love that. Hey, just found your stream. I'm from Lebanon. In case you have any questions about the region, would like to know what your political leaning is. I am a leftist. Hello, Dan. I'm good. So, I guess you're gonna have to hear me from stream because I can't get the mic to actually work on the Discord. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Is there a delay? If you could unmute me on stream, that might make it work. Can you guys hear Ditso?
Oh, good evening. Yeah, I got you.
You guys can hear? Now? Now we can? Cool. All right. So, sorry about that. That's what happens when I'm not set up to have a guest on. But welcome to the show, Dan Ditso. If you want to turn your camera on, I can put that on screen. If not, otherwise we can just talk like this. That's just fine. So, thoughts on everything we just looked at? Because it's looking pretty bad. It's looking like war. I mean, like, I actually think we're going to invade.
Should be turning on right now.
I'm
a bit dark, sorry about it.
Hold up, let me open that up. There we go. Welcome.
There's no doubt that the United States is going to invade Venezuela. Look, we just saw the main excuse. Well, thank you for having me. I hope is everybody able to hear me well in the
Yes, they can all hear you. Chat seems to be all in agreement. Welcome. Love to have you on. It's been a hot minute. Great to see you as well. Oh, hey, I remember this dude. It's the Venezuelan dude. You're not from Venezuela, are you? I thought you were Costa Rican.
Because that echo is killing me. Hold on.
Oh, whoopsie. Should be better now.
I'm half Venezuelan, half Costa Rican. My father is Venezuelan. He actually was an ambassador for Venezuela many years, many decades, and my mother is from Costa Rica.
Sick. I mean, like, if anyone's gonna have opinions on this subject that are worth listening to, like out of all of us, it's gonna be someone like you. See, this is what I always like. I like to hear from people in the region, and you not only are just in the region, you're politically active. You've been doing this your whole life, and so like, I don't care what anyone has to say but you at this point on the prospect of like what this could go like. Do you think that it would just be us bombing? Do you think we're gonna do like a proper like ground invasion? I can't hear you. I think there might be a bit of a lag.
Right now, everything is expected to be directed to not a direct ground invasion, but mainly a barrage of attacks towards.
You cut off there for a second. A barrage of attacks towards where specifically? Do you think like the capital or?
I'm gonna turn off the camera for a sec. Is this better?
I mean, the sound quality is definitely better. Yeah, I think the camera might have been.
Is this better?
Yeah. Can you guys still hear?
Audio wise?
I mean, I can definitely still hear you, and I see you coming up on the actual
Okay.
like audio bar.
So yeah, and since I'm hearing you from the YouTube, I have kind of like a delay also.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to work with the delay. I think I've timed it to about 9 seconds. So, question for you. Do you think that we're going to be bombing primarily near the capital, or do you think we're primarily going to be attacking like strategic military sites? I personally don't think that we will be doing a ground invasion just because I think we would lose embarrassingly if we tried. But like, what's going on the ground? What are the preparations in Venezuela right now look like? Oh, that's
So in very short and concise, yes, we expect not a boots on the ground type of invasion, but mainly a systematic and constant attack um, towards the strategic points in different areas of Venezuela, mainly the ones near Caracas and the bases around Falcón, Lara, Monegas. These are states within the Venezuelan area. Mainly all those military strategic points between Zulia and Delta Macuro, which is the north part of Venezuela that expands from the border of Colombia all the way to the border of Brazil, or all the way to the border of the Guyanas.
Oh my goodness. I just realized that there is actually a map already of this. There is a live UA map that is in existence, and you
Now,
know that
the
things are
interesting
bad when
issue
they're
in this
actually
sense-
making live UA map already. Like that's how you know it's bad. So what you're saying is likely anywhere like close to like the Brazilian border, you said, all around. Where was you mentioned one? Here, I think.
The Guyana border and
Oh, the Guyana border.
Colombia
Okay, so like over here.
You see that point? Okay, so Zulia is the one next to Colombia, and then Delta Macuro is the one next to the Guyana border.
Yeah, so we're likely
But
going to be doing
mainly,
strikes in
we
this area.
expect the focuses to happen between what is the state of Barcelona, Valencia, Falcón, and well, Caracas, and the
So all of the big cities then. Valencia, near Guyana, Barcelona. There was one more you mentioned. Was it Maracaibo? Was it this one? Because this looks to be like a port city, so I feel like that would be a likely target for us to hit, especially since like we have all of these ships in the region. Oh, hello! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Cosmopolitics!
Hi.
Big shout out. Sorry, Dan, just give me a second. Right now, we are talking about the potential invasion of Venezuela with our guest, Dan Ditso, who is having some technical issues, so we're just listening to him at the moment, talking about potential places where the United States might start bombing. And so far, likely, we've determined it would probably be close to like the Guyana border, major cities and strongholds, specifically like military hubs in like Barcelona, the capital obviously in Valencia, and I'm thinking potentially in Maracaibo because it's a port city. If you have any additional thoughts on that, I'd love to hear it. Dan did so. This is as close as our bombers have come so far, by the way, on their dry runs, according to Live UA Map.
I think it's important for people to understand. So, what I really wanted to converse on in this circumstance is as follows. I think that people don't know the history of Venezuela. They don't understand what has happened to Venezuela. What is the impact of what was the Fourth Republic to now the Fifth Republic under the dictatorship of the Chavistas and Maduro and Hugo Chavez? That in itself is a very interesting conversation because something I always say, people, it goes over the head of many so-called political pundits in the United States, is that the United States is living what Venezuela lived back in the 90s. That similar deterioration of politics and the arrival of a demagogue and a populist like Trump is to the United States, what Hugo Chavez was to Venezuela. And that conversation has to do with the historical context of Venezuela and the reality that was impacting Venezuela, particularly pre-war and post-war, Second World War.
And you're absolutely right. Wasn't a lot of that also our fault?
We had about Juan Vicente Gomez, then the coup against Gomez and the fall of Gomez, the return of the semi-democracy.
Oh, by the way, chat, sorry, there is a bit of a delay. It's like 20 to 30 seconds between what I say and what Ditso hears, so sorry about that for a second. No, but like, you're absolutely right.
Yes and no. Obviously, the inherent. Yeah. Let me, yeah, the delay is killing us in that sense. So, to give that perspective, when I would love to have a more in-depth conversation in regards of the history of Venezuela that would give more context, but I will base myself on the following aspect. Venezuela in the 50s, right at the end of the war, after the end of the war, entered a dictatorship that was handled by three military uh, uh, triumvirato, or the three in the head that had taken down Bentancur, Romulo Bentancur at that time. This initiated a whole process of dictatorship, which was under the Chalbut Per Jimenez triumvirate. And that lasted for about 13, 14 years. And this dictatorship fell, as dictatorships do, and the return of a weak democracy came in, which was a bipartisan model of politics, which was divided between the Acción Democrática, or Democratic Action political party, and the COPEI, which was the Social Christian political party. So this lasted up till 99, which it was the boom of modern era in Venezuela, and the fall at the same time of that Venezuela, because we had oil, the boom that happened post-war up to about late 70s. Then the oil crisis happened, and that hit hard. Economy went to hell.
So that's where we come in,
And
though.
basically, what happened afterwards was a continuous systematic deterioration of not only the interventionism of the United States in Venezuela issues, but also the internal problems that Venezuela was having.
You're absolutely right, but that is also where we come in. That oil crisis that happened in what was it, like 98 or something, was a result of U.S. foreign policy with Venezuela back in like the 50s with the Jimenez dictatorship. Whereas back then, before like America was a major producer of its own oil, we had a very, very close relationship with Venezuela. In fact, we helped establish the Venezuelan dictatorship of Jimenez. And no, was it that we helped establish Jimenez, or did we help overthrow Jimenez? It was one or the other. But like following that, it was after the 50s where a lot of American oil came from Venezuela, and our relations with Venezuela deteriorated around the time of like the Obama administration properly, because that's when the shale oil boom happened in the United States, and we literally just had no need for Venezuelan oil anymore. Then came in like obviously the other like factors like Chavez, and also like relationship with BRICS nations, and broad like CIA ops that we did in South America at the time. Like Venezuela was exempt from those. We were fucking around with Colombia, Costa Rica, with Chile, with Argentina, but at the time we were leaving Venezuela pretty much alone because they were useful to us. The moment they stopped being useful to us is when those relations began to deteriorate. It was back during like the Bush administration where it started to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And partially, yes, it was because like we hated Chavez, but realistically, like it was a time where we were shifting our focus away from South America to like the Middle East, but we weren't doing so in a way that preserved like positive relations. We were shifting away from South America towards the Middle East in a way that just like let South America suffer after everything that we did. We didn't do anything to fix it. We didn't try and help them. We just left and said, fuck it, it'll fix itself. And it didn't, obviously. What ended up happening is other countries came in and made alliances, and now we have a problem with that. Like, for example, one of the actual reasons, obviously, like, there's a lot of bullshit for the reason why we're going after Venezuela. But if you wanted to make a real argument, like an actual justification, you could say China puts satellites on Venezuela that are used to spy against, like, U.S. troop movements. That is true. But we're not saying that, because that's not the problem. The problem here isn't that Venezuela is a national security risk. The problem here isn't that Venezuela may be working with like other countries that we dislike. The problem here is that Maduro is a dictator and Trump is a dictator, and two dictators often don't like each other. Kind of the same way that like Trump absolutely despises Erdogan. But can do much less about that. Whereas Venezuela, there's a history of the United States that we can propagandize to the public and manufacture the consent for. Venezuela also does have quite a large amount of natural resources. Not to say that we really need them. This is more of a dick measuring contest. Yes, Darth Nerd. Like, we talked about this at the beginning when Trump became president, where he said he wanted Canada, he wanted Greenland, and you can make arguments for why those would be important. Water being one. Panama Canal, sure, that's a choke point. That is something you can make an argument for. Is it justified? No, neither would be. This is nonsense. Like, you can't make a real argument for Venezuela. There's just nothing here for an actual fight between us and Venezuela. So why do you think that we're doing this, Ditso? Like, what is your opinion? Oh my goodness, another raid. Welcome, 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 raiders again. Shout out to the chap. We are just having a conversation with our guest, Dan Ditso. Just fair warning to all the raiders, there is like a 20 to 30 second delay because
So there,
they're listening through
so
YouTube.
there
But
are
go on, Dan.
3 reasons that, well, one of them you touched it very well. Is the question of the natural resources and this foreign policy of the United States of strong arming anybody to do what they want in that sense. And the other major is that we've been on a dictatorship for the past 25, 26 years since 99. So you have a serious aspect of people inside asking the United States to help, which I've had many fights with against. Even though I'm against Maduro dictatorship, I'm also openly criticizing these areas of opposition that are begging the United States to come in, because it clearly shows to us,
Like the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize. That's a great example.
They don't know what the hell they're doing.
No, they have no idea.
Acting with a, in the colloquial sense, pacting with such a devil, it's gonna cost us.
You're absolutely right. It's a deal with the devil. These people think that America will come save them from Maduro, but they don't realize that we're worse than Maduro. I've said this millions of times. Fuck this government for making me defend Nicolas Maduro.
So yeah, no, and you're not wrong in that sense. And unfortunately, to understand Venezuela, you would have to understand its history, of course, and that's an in-depth conversation in many aspects, particularly because people will not understand how is it that currently Venezuela is in the 5th iteration of a republic. Between the 1st and the 5th iteration of the republic. For example, Venezuela for a time was constitutionally named the United States of Venezuela, containing until today, Venezuela is a federal republic in that sense, and it functions like a federal republic. Even with the government of Maduro, they couldn't even, if you read the Constitution of 99, the backbone of a liberal constitution is still very much present on that constitution. They didn't change anything in that cornerstone of the Constitution of 99. That is currently the Constitution of Venezuela. You still have a republic that is 3 separated in powers, a clear separation of state and church. It has a series of civil rights. Basically, it has the 10 civil rights that it had continuously done throughout the 4 republics before the change of 99. So at the end, what we're seeing is an idiot Trump and an idiot MAGA in the excuse of the failed war on drugs saying, oh, well, drugs are coming from Venezuela, drugs are coming from Mexico, drugs are coming from anywhere else. But of course, they're not going to say that they're going to attack their own capos, their own cartels internally in the United States.
Well, again, yes, if they were really worried about drugs, we would be worried about our companies.
Even in the underground world of
God, I hate this delay.
yeah, I stood quiet because you were saying that point right there. So yeah, I hate this delay myself.
Dan, I think the viewers have voted. So I
wish
do
we
my
could
show.
fix it, but anyhow.
Wait, hold on.
We have.
The viewers have voted. I do my regular show Thursday nights on this space. Would you want to come on there, and then we can do like the proper show in which, like, first off, we won't have the delay. I'll have you up on screen, and you can talk to us about like the history of Venezuela. We can go far more in depth into this issue, because this, I think, is going to take off. I don't see any way in which this doesn't become a broader war. Again, like just 5 hours ago, this is our bomber planes skirting just the coast. 14 hours ago, Vladimir Putin signed a law ratifying a strategic partnership with Venezuela, for example. And also we just keep illegally striking these boats. I think this is going to expand. And I think that from a perspective of history, a fascist government like the United States needs a war, needs a forever war to galvanize the population, a threat to hold over like their enemies' heads, like, hey, we'll send you off to, the fields. It also gives me heavy cyberpunk vibes, considering, that's how Cyberpunk 2077 goes, is we invaded South America twice and then collapsed as a country. But I would actually love to have you on this space so that we can talk about this, with like a different audience as well, but much, much, much more in depth. Like, I want to prepare some sources for this as well. Would you be interested?
On that, and we can have a more in-depth conversation in regards of that. It's funny how this whole thing it has restructured in the sense of this whole mess, but I love it. Please send me on the Discord the time for
based. Yeah, no, hell yeah, absolutely. It is I'm on this space every Thursday,
right?
Every Thursday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will give you a link and I'll fill you in, and like we can talk more about this on the Discord later. I really want to keep going on this conversation, but this delay is making it quite difficult. Yeah, guys, Bizarro wants a different audience. That's not what I mean. I meant a larger audience. Like, more people need to hear this. This is important. Dan Ditso is educating us on shit that I don't know either. Alright, well then in that case, I think we can continue this conversation on this space because this delay is making it quite difficult.
No, what time is it?
10 p.m. Eastern.
Quite difficult.
I'm sending you the deets right now.
10 p.m. Eastern. Okay,
yes.
Perfect.
Alright, I'm gonna let you go now then, so like we can work on that, and I'll have you on Thursday, just because like this delay is difficult. Get better at taking turns. Well, if there wasn't like a 27-second delay between speaking, that wouldn't be a problem, Kaname. You try it. World's loudest typist, Bizarro. Oh, God damn it. Alright. All of you have so many complaints. Thank you, Dan, for coming
all right,
on
perfect.
today.
Let's do that on Thursday.
Yes,
And,
please.
That gives me a presentation. You know, yeah.
All right, I will see you on Thursday then. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for like helping explain all of
So
this
let's
because it's such a
talk on Discord and set up.
yeah. All right, catch you later. So, as you can see, even through the technical difficulties, this is a very, very complex topic. The reasons that we're doing this don't particularly make much sense. And by the way, my typing is loud because if I make the noise gate any stronger, then it cuts off me talking. But let's listen to some of the talking heads on this for just a second, and then we'll move on. Because we got lots and lots and lots of shit to cover today, from other military stuff to just our country being a shithole to the Nazis.
A warship belonging to the most powerful country in the world, a guided missile destroyer docked in the Caribbean. There could be no mistaking the message that the US is sending to the region, specifically Venezuela. Trump has accused its president, Nicolas Maduro, of being the leader of a drug trafficking organisation, which he denies. The Venezuelan government says the US is trying to remove Maduro from power and has accused the US of fabricating a new war.
Y el pueblo de los Estados Unidos lo sabe. Se están inventando.
And the people of the United States know it. They're making up a new eternal war. They promised that they will never enter a war. And
I hate saying that this dude is correct, but yeah, no, we are making up an eternal war. Don't make people self-conscious about their typing volume? How does even one self-police? I honestly put, like, the gate on it. I can't make it any worse than that, but I like the clickety-clackety sounds.
they're making up a war that we will avoid. How? With the mobilization of the peoples of South America. I tell the people of the United States it's vulgar, extravagant, lying, false, denying reality. The narrative they make about Venezuela.
Que hacen sobre Venezuela.
Last month on social media, Donald Trump posted a video appearing to show US military forces blowing up.
Yeah, we don't need to hear, like, we don't need to see us just killing people. I want to hear what Lula has to say on it, though, because that's going to be important. The war industry always gets the war. It's like part of the contract. They're the ones in charge. Again, the people who rule, like, are not the government. These people are puppets. The people in charge are the defense contractors. The people who run Lockheed, Raytheon, there's Elon Musk, there's Larry Ellison, who runs essentially everything, Peter Thiel, which, by the way, guess what? Poland just signed a new deal with Palantir. It's already all over Europe anyway, as well as Australia, but I want to hear Lula on this.
Region.
Eu coloquei a questão da Venezuela para ele.
I raised the Venezuelan issue to Trump, saying to him, because what's coming out from the newspaper, things are being aggravated with Venezuela. And I told him that it would be extremely important in this matter to take into account Brazil's experience as the largest country in South America, as the most important economic country of South America.
Quase toda a América do Sul.
The US Embassy in Trinidad and Tobago said the ship would be moored here until the end of the week as part of the long-standing cooperation between the two countries. It's docked here in the port of Spain at the moment, the capital of Trinidad and Tobago, about 450 miles away from the coast of Venezuela. It joins a number of other US...
Like, we're right there. We should have gone PSL? I don't know what you mean by that. Now, if it makes anybody feel a little bit better, it's not like our military is that great. Just today, both a US FA-18 Super Hornet multi-role fighter jet and an MH-60 Seahawk helicopter attached to the carrier Air Wing 17 on board the USS Nimitz went down separately earlier today while conducting operations in the South China Sea. The cause of this incident is unknown, though the pilots and crews aboard both aircraft were safely recovered, according to Reuters. The Pacific Fleet has released additional details about the crash of 2 separate aircraft in 2 separate incidents earlier today in the South China Sea, stating the helicopter which crashed was an MH-60R Seahawk assigned to the Battle Cats of Helicopter Maritime Strike Squadron 73, which occurred at roughly 2:45 p.m. Then roughly half an hour later, an FA-18 Super Hornet assigned to the Fighting Redcocks of the Strike Fighter Squadron 22 also went down in the South China Sea. Both aircraft were attached to the carrier Air Wing 17 on the USS Nimitz. Why did we have a helicopter and a fighter jet crash in the South China Sea? Like, this is a specific area in which there's some interest in why that may happen, you know? I'm kind of curious. So according to the U.S. Pacific Fleet, went down while conducting routine operations. You know, like, if China shot them down, they would have said something. Because we're incompetent. Yeah, I mean, like, didn't we have, like, 6 planes fall into the Black Sea, like, earlier? Not the Black Sea, the Red Sea earlier this year. Are planes just long for Poseidon? Why do we have an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea? Sussy. We always have an aircraft carrier near the South China Sea. Because, like, that's for Taiwan. Like, we always have one there. We usually have, like, 2 in the region, but... So a strike squadron also went down in the waters, conducting routine operations. Both crew members were successfully ejected and also recovered. Again, what are these routine operations? Well, I wonder what Grok has to say, even though I fucking hate listening to Grok. We have no other information source, so might as well. Patrolling routes for piracy. Yeah, sure, that's why. Did they fly into transparent balloons, like at Mach 1.2? The balloons would have disintegrated. The U.S. aircraft carrier in almost all sensitive marine regions? Exactly, yeah. We've lost about a dozen aircraft this year alone by fuck-ups. Honestly, if it's the soldiers' fifth columning the military, then I support them. Could be. I could 100% see us shooting our own planes down. I could too. Especially with DUI higher in charge. Not Poseidon, Aegir, one or the other. Now, I touched on this earlier, and this is definitely going to tie into the rest of this. Bitso was just on, but they were having tech issues. Can be back for Zora slot on this space. True. By the way, if you don't follow this space, go and drop them a follow. Support independent media. This space is a collective of leftist streamers and is fantastic. Like, one of my favorite groups of people. Hell yes. Go follow them. Better than any other fucking news media you're gonna need to watch ever. So, we deleted the Human Rights Reporting Gateway, which is unsurprising considering we don't give a shit about human rights. But this did act as a formal tip line for the U.S. government. It was the only publicly accessible channel of its kind for organizations or individuals to inform directly or potentially serious abuses by U.S. armed foreign forces. Tim Reisler, former senior aide to Senator Leahy, who wrote the 2011 amendment mandating information gathering, told the BBC the gateway's removal meant the State Department was clearly ignoring the law. He added it was a further sign that the entire human rights architecture within the department was being rendered largely ineffective. The United States will find itself supporting foreign security forces that commit heinous crimes, even though nothing is done about it. We already do this. We just used to pretend not to. We have our own Wagner group, our PMC, which is Blackwater. We are just Israel now, so there's that. According to Reuters, the White House said they crashed due to bad fuel. What the fuck is bad fuel on a helicopter? Speaking to reporters on Monday, Air Force One, Trump said the crashes were due to bad fuel, adding that the cause would likely soon be known. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Trump said it, it's a lie. Who cares? Now, here we get to the worst stuff. The far, far, far worst stuff. We're getting to the proper Nazism now. Now, you're going to need to give me a second to go pee. And while I do that, you just take a look at, the corruption, just for a sec. Yeah, bad fuel.
Trump just pardoned a business associate who has personally made him billions of dollars. This week, Trump granted clemency to Changpeng Zhao, the billionaire ex-CEO of the crypto exchange Binance, who pleaded guilty to violating anti-money laundering laws. Basically, CZ, which is what we're going to call him, failed to report suspicious transactions on Binance with organizations including Hamas, Al-Qaeda, and child sex traffickers. The company paid a $4.3 billion fine, and CZ served a 4-month prison sentence. But as part of his plea deal, CZ agreed to never take another executive role at Binance, though he still owns 90% of it. But after leaving prison, CZ wanted to get back into the crypto biz, so he set out to buy himself a pardon. So what did he do? He hired a close friend of Don Jr. and a lawyer who represents the CEO of the Trump family crypto company, World Liberty Financial. But that's not all he did. He also facilitated a $2 billion transaction from the UAE using World Liberty's crypto coin. And he supplied World Liberty with a trading platform, writing the code to power their coin. And finally, he opened up talks with the Trump family to take a financial stake in the US arm of Binance, to allow them to do business in the US again. And thanks to CZ's help, World Liberty Financial launched their crypto coin last month, netting Trump and his family $5 billion. So let me sum it all.
$5 billion. How much money has Trump made since he became president again? Trump is pro-money laundering? Yeah. Remember, he also pardoned the guy who created the Silk Road. He's also pro-drug smuggling, human trafficking, passports, child pornography. I mean, to be fair, it's Trump. Of course, he's pro-human smuggling, child pornography, pro-crime. By the way, like, no fucking wonder that the crypto grift is all over the... Wasn't it just like last week when a bunch of people lost their entire savings to Bitcoin getting rug pulled?
All up for you. A convicted money launderer funneled billions of dollars through the Trump family business, making them more money than they've ever made on any real estate deal ever, then got a presidential pardon, clearing the way for him to do business again in the US. They're not even...
Pro-crime is only based if it's everyone. His fortune has climbed past $40 billion, when before his presidency he was valued at less than $10 billion. Before his presidency, he was likely less than $1 billion. For, like, the second role, Darth Narak. Like, pre this election, he was likely below $1 billion.
Trying to hide the corruption. He's straight up selling pardons. I don't know what else to say.
You know, you can just go to, like, Mar-a-Lago, and for $1 million, you can get, like, a dinner with him with a group of people, and for $5 million you can get a private one-on-one. He's pro-crime for rich people. Anyone stealing to survive, he wants in jail. I've said this before, it's socialism for the wealthy and feudalism for the rest of us. I mean, like, listen to the man. He's bought into his own, like, thing. He thinks he's God now. Again, he said earlier that he's more popular than Jesus.
Pardon a lot of people. I don't know. He was recommended by a lot of people. A lot of people say that, are you talking about the crypto person? Yes. A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything. He served 4 months in jail, and they say that he was not guilty of anything, that what he did, well, you don't know much about crypto. You know nothing about nothing, you fake news. But let me just tell you that he was somebody that, as I was told, I don't know him. I don't believe I've ever met him. But I've been told by a lot of support. He had a lot of support. And they said that what he did is not even a crime. It wasn't a crime, that he was persecuted.
Literally convicted. I mean, to be fair, again, this is a 34-count felon and a rapist, so, you know, and a child rapist as well, and also best friends with Epstein. What the fuck? Like, what kind of person talks like this to reporters? The President of the United States. When the Beatles said that they were bigger than Jesus, it almost crashed their careers. Except, you know, the Beatles didn't have people who will literally, like, make portraits of Trump looking like Christ, which he does.
By the Biden administration. And so I gave him a pardon at the request of a lot of very good people.
It's also, like, more like rich people are more likely to get away with it. Just look at the Sackler family. Well, again, the law is a threat of violence by the ruling class imposed on the public. The ruling class being the wealthy. The Sacklers are mass murderers. So, I believe in social murder. For example, I believe that if you are a drug company, if you are Purdue Pharmaceuticals, and then you create OxyContin, and then sell it to doctors saying that it's non-addictive, and then get I don't know, like a fuckload of people addicted to Oxycontin who then die of overdoses or ruin their lives, that's on you. You killed them. If you're a health insurance executive who uses AI to deny people's claims and those people then die, you killed them. It's not that they just died, you killed them. You personally did it. That's what I believe. And in this case, we're killing millions of people in this country, and they're perfectly fine with it. Now, I want you to remember how the differences between us and the wealthy are. When Brian Thompson, the former CEO of United Healthcare, was shot and killed in New York City, what happened? Well, every CEO, about 200 or so of them, got together with Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams in New York City and had a big group therapy session that you paid for. They got socialized group therapy. Has the government paid for your mental health care before? Like in the United States? If so, were you on Medicaid? Were you, I don't know, below the poverty line? Do you think they would do that today? No. No, we're doing this today.
This is all linked to the other O'Neill Teal donation I want to bring up, the SENS Foundation. They received money from Teal under the advisement of O'Neill, then used that money to hire O'Neill as CEO, paying him like 10% of their entire budget. The SENS Foundation is dedicated to driving forward science to extend healthy human lifespan, aka the ultra-wealthy trying to live forever. There's a whole ecosystem of biotech startups focused on rejuvenation, and they're trying to make inroads in the larger medical.
Darth Norak, you just got diagnosed with autism. I hope you're not in the United States, because that means you're on another list now.
Economy. Teal once said that regulatory constraints are the biggest hurdle for his biotech investments. So when he helped purchase the first Trump presidency, he tried to fix that by installing none other than Jim O'Neill as the head of the FDA. O'Neill has made his opinions on the FDA very clear.
We should reform FDA so that it's approving drugs after their sponsors have demonstrated safety, and let people start using them at their own risk. Let's prove efficacy after.
Instead of doing human trials, let's just give people the drugs that we're not sure if they're good or not, and if they start killing folk, then we'll take them off the market.
They've been legalized.
Translated? Let's let drug manufacturers decide if the drug is safe themselves, release it, and then find out if it even works. But he also doesn't really care about safety. Here he is whining about FDA regulators.
A lot of them want to be the whistleblower that finds the next thalidomide and calls a dramatic call to it. That
if you don't know what thalidomide is, it's the reason, it's in the song We Didn't Start the Fire. It was a medication that made childbirth not work correctly. Let's just put it that way.
That creates a bias towards safety, but against efficacy.
Look, objectivity is great, but I definitely want my FDA regulators.
Yeah, I would prefer my drugs to be safe and then effective.
To be biased towards safety. But yeah, that shit was so crazy that his FDA nomination was scuttled because he was so toxic. But the emboldened second Trump administration got O'Neill into an even more powerful role, where he'll advise on Medicare and Medicaid. Back at the SENS Foundation, O'Neill spoke with a group of longevity and transhumanism activists about the importance of Medicare.
Oh look, more dark enlightenment.
Paying for their research.
I continue to think that Medicare could also do more to devote resources towards what we're doing. When Medicare decides to cover something, private insurers often copy that.
A new bill in Congress supported by the longevity lobby, which is in turn supported by the people behind the SENS Institute, is pushing to have Medicare cover certain breakthrough technology.
Yes, this Sassy Sasa, you're exactly right. This is mass human experimentation. That's what this is. And of course it's RFK. But remember, like the things that they are saying are only part of the story. The Tylenol stuff, for example, is not about Tylenol, nor is it about autism. It's about creating a list of people who have neurodivergency and don't respond to input data the same way that regular people do. They have the ability to brainwash you. We use it all the fucking time. What we don't have the ability to do is predict how you're going to act. That's why we're creating the registry of autistic people, so that we can study how they react, and then we can predict how everyone will react. The one guy whose transfusions of his son's blood, doesn't like Peter Thiel carry around 2 like children for him to like siphon blood from? Transhumanist nonsense, the new one stripped out all the original LGBT expression. Well, like, again, the new ones are entirely different. The Tylenol thing is also just cruelty towards women. That's a plus, of course. That's another addition to it. The transhumanist thing, look, I've shown this video before, but there's a lot of you here that are new, that may have not seen this yet, but give me a second. Let's see if we can pull this up. Go. This is what the vast majority of the government currently believes.
Dark Enlightenment, also known as the neo-reactionary NRX movement, is an anti-democratic, anti-egalitarian political philosophy founded by American software engineer Curtis Yarvin, with key ideological development by British philosopher Nick Land. It rejects liberal democracy in favor of authoritarian, technocratic or monarchic systems, seeing societal collapse as an opportunity to build a post-human, elite-dominated future. Proponents see themselves as philosophical masters. Yarvin envisions high-tech city-states.
By the way, Curtis Yarvin just left the United States saying, "Oh, Trump failed, Trump failed." Do you think that's why he's leaving? No, he's going to Israel because they just, eviscerated everyone in Gaza. Now they're gonna build their little techno city. Like, all of them, but like, they think he is a prophet. I haven't seen this. I'll link the video for you, Darth Narok, because this literally is what these people believe. I see societal collapse as an opportunity to eat the rich. They see societal collapse as an opportunity to enslave you.
Governed like corporations, with CEOs or AI acting as
depraved
sovereigns.
ambiance.
This includes constant surveillance, genetic profiling, and tight control over movement. Nick Land takes a more radical angle, promoting capitalism and technology as disruptive forces that accelerate the breakdown of current systems, opposing anything that slows it down, including democracy and egalitarianism. He also recommends reading materials from the Order of Nine Angles.
By the way, Order 9 Angles is another extremist terrorist group. Like, these people are insane. You know of O9A because they're the ones that draw all that stupid shit on their guns when they do mass shootings. This is what the government believes. Okay, now all of these billionaire demons make more sense. They're all insane. They are literally all demons. Darth Narok, I'm not joking. They are actually demons. By the way, if you do a deep dive of Zionism, you'll find that their goal of claiming Zion is openly admitting they want to invade their neighbors. Zionism is literally indistinguishable from Nazism. It is impossible to be Jewish and a Zionist, even according to rabbis. And Zionism is a death cult. It's not about invading their neighbors. The Christian evangelicals and the Zionists believe the same thing, just a slight difference at the end. The Zionists believe that they're doing end times prophecy. That's why we brought red cows over from Texas over there for them to sacrifice, burn and do blood sacrifices with. They carry the ashes around because they're cleansing themselves. They want to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque, which you can see by the Temple Institute, maniacs like Ben Gvir. They want to build the third temple in place of Al-Aqsa Mosque, which would start a holy war. And the end goal is to, the Christians think Jesus comes back and raptures all the good Christians up to heaven. The Jews believe that their savior comes and is their, Jewish supremacists. Oh, you don't know about the death cult and the blood sacrifices? We've already gotten several stages through that. The red heifer and all of that. It's some wild shit. Here, hold on. Where's the red heifer? I'm gonna try and find a video that isn't right-wing AI slop, because that's the only real people that talk about this, because it's too fucking weird for regular people. But here's a regular person.
Kirk Bramall says, "Hi George from Sheffield. I was wondering if Israel is building the third temple now, and do you know if they sacrificed the brown heifers?" Actually red heifers, but a very good question.
Yeah, that is in South Park.
Kirk, there are continued reports about this. that only when they have a purebred red cow without a single hair, which is not red,
we gave them
will
two.
they sacrifice that animal at the walls of Al-Aqsa and then begin the task of turning the catastrophic situation in the Middle East into an uncontrollable worldwide spasm of violence. They intend to do that. So far, they have not been able to.
No,
God
he just
has
dresses
not given
like this.
them the pure.
They have sacrificed the red heifer. There was videos of like Israelis walking here. Actually, I think there's a Tim Pool clip of it. Like went on, they have like the little bags. Essentially, you burn the cow, and then by burning the cow, you get the ashes, and then the ashes can be used to like cleanse people who touched dead bodies, and then they have to cleanse the entire like Temple Mount where Al-Aqsa Mosque is, and yeah, no, it's literal next level insanity. Thank God I don't watch right-wing media. I mean, like, hold on. I think I actually have this. This is insane. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? God, I have so many notes. Well, on the death cult side of things, at the very least, I can show you, for example, this. Here's an insane one. This is a death cultist cleansing himself with a chicken.
פרתי, זאת התרנגולת, תלך להיות פולקה של החיילים, חס וחלילה, בוא נאכיל אותה.
חס וחלילה.
שרקי יזכה חיים טובים ובריאים, וכל החיילים פה בעזרת השם, זכות התרנגולת, תחזרו הביתה בשלום. איפה הבאת אותה? שם מהגג יש עוד שתיים, תראי.
This chicken is now responsible for genocide, rape, and child slaughter. Yeah. Oh, by the way, while we're on Israel, Haaretz poll says 82% of Israelis support the expulsion of Palestinians. Old Testament shit, not even really Old Testament shit. Like, we've made up most of that. Like, it's all kind of made up nonsense. And the worst part of this is how this is happening.
Jewish Israeli professor of history at the University of Tel Aviv. And he asked the question, where is the evidence for a Jewish diaspora from Palestine? And the answer he found was, there is no evidence for a mass Jewish diaspora from Palestine in the archaeological record. There is, however, overwhelming evidence for Jewish Palestinians converting to Islam at the time of the Arab conquests, as well as Judaism being a normal conversion religion like any other, and white Europeans converting to it. So the situation we find ourselves in presently is descendants of white European converts to Judaism are genociding the descendants of the ancient Judeans who are now Muslims. You have descendants of white European Holocaust survivors who are Jewish, genociding, doing a Holocaust to the descendants of the ancient Jewish people. And these people are being supported by anti-Semitic Christians who worship a literal Palestinian who only care about this because they want the Jewish people there so the rapture can happen, so they can cause the fucking end of the world.
It's a death cult. Darth Narc, I linked you a video of Kyle Kalinske covering the red heifer, for example. It is so much worse than most people like even understand. Here's a rabbi talking about Christians.
That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right.
Yes?
That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that
Hindu nationalists in India are some of the most Hitlerite people in the world. It's wild to me.
people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes?
You discriminate against Christians. Christians are idol worshippers. You discriminate against Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
Like, they don't like us either, and we just allow this to happen. Here's an actual Israeli, by the way.
To help us from us, I'm calling the world to help us from outside, because Israel is doing now a Holocaust in the Gaza Strip, worse than the German Nazis did at 1942 to the Jews. And I hope that this time the world will intervene, boycott Israel, and cause Israel to withdraw from the Gaza Strip and stop the massacre and the Holocaust that we are doing. I apologize as a Jew, as a citizen, of what Israel is doing now.
In 1948, Albert Einstein said that Israel is incredibly fascist, that their government is very, very akin to that of the Nazis. Like, this was way, 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 way back in the day. Here's a clip that's illegal to play in Israel. I wasn't actually going to talk too much about Israel today, but, you know, there are Hindus who are left-wing, but those with a nationalist ideology or a death cult. Every right wing all around the world is all a death cult, and they're all the same. They believe the same things. Imagine being Jewish and feeling the need to apologize for the fucking state of Israel. Fuck Zionism. Again, you cannot be Jewish and a Zionist. The two are incompatible. To be a Zionist, you have to agree that Hitler was correct. Like, definitionally. You have to say Hitler was right to be a Zionist. There are rabbis who say you can't be a Zionist and a Jew. They conflict. It is against the religion. Here's a clip that's illegal to play in Gaza. Not in Gaza, in Israel.
But why is the destruction then? I'm sorry. Why is the destruction?
This destruction
it looks like more
was
like a
because of our tanks attack.
fight on them.
Yeah, because they were blocked in these houses, and we need to conquer back the whole settlement, and it couldn't be happened without the tanks.
Okay.
So how many were here, and then how many survived? How many did you?
No one survived from this house. From other buildings, we rescued many, but from this house, 19 people died. Among them, 8 children.
Can you post a link to this clip? Absolutely, I can. Fucking genocidal ethnostate is what this is. Oh, yeah. You want to hear what they say on Israeli television? Because they save this stuff for Hebrew. They don't say this stuff in English. Hey, it's the letter hack. Welcome, 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 welcome. We're going on a bit of a tangent here today, talking about Israel because it came up, but it has been a interesting stream. Welcome to the chat, the letter hack. I just dropped you the mod. All right, let's take a look at what Israeli television sounds like.
להשמיד אותם עד האחרון בהם. את מי להשמיד? את כן, את הפלסטינאים, את כולם. מה אני רואה? אוקיי. אין בן אדם אחד, אין עץ אחד, אין בית אחד, ואם הייתי יכול את הדגים בים, הייתי מרעיל, אני אומר לך ככה, בסדר? כולם אויב שם. הילד שנולד שם אתמול ברפיח. הוא אויב? ברור, הוא לא יהיה ציוני, ברור שהוא יהיה.
הם לא רוצים אותם.
חוף אותם, תראה זה עובר. אני מבין את זה עובר.
אנחנו לא רוצים לשבת איתם.
הייתי חולב ברפת, את הפרות מאחורה הייתי דוחף עם כבל חשמלי, תקשיב, הם היו קופצות.
It's like this is the stuff they don't say in English. By the way, guys, go and drop a like on this space. Wow, that's the same rhetoric I hear in India. What a surprise. Again, the right wing everywhere is the same. And you'd be shocked where it comes from. It comes from Russia, actually. Oh, like you guys have seen Zionism.wtf, right? Like there is... I could read you quotes from Nazis and Zionists, and I guarantee half of you would have trouble like picking out which one is which.
כן, אבל אתה מכניס מתחילת המלחמה.
את שואלת אותי מה...
You know what? Let's play that game for a short time. Not the full game. I just want you to experience just a couple of them. I failed badly at it. Together on stream, we got about half right. Let's see. Let's just do 3 of them, huh? Who said this? Quote, "This is a war between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. We will not let up on our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us and the entire world." Was this a Nazi or a Zionist? I've played this game already. They keep adding new ones. It is actually a hard game. This actually was a Zionist. This was Benjamin Netanyahu, actually. So, there you go. Now, here's another one. National, quote, speakers group will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us it will be good soil because we fertilized it with our love. Nazi or Zionist? The first person to say, I'm just going to pick whichever the first one is. Nazi quote? Nope, that was a Zionist. This is similar to the Zionist slogan, quote, "making the desert bloom," and, quote, "a land without a people for a people without a land." Also a thing that we say in Australia, we call it terra nullius, because we're also a settler colonial country here. Invoking, quote, "neglected soil," as Edward said, has shown a typical articulation of the colonial belief that, quote, "Europe understood the value of land in a way impossible for the natives. A marker of non-civilization, neglected soil justifies colonial rule over both the land and the people." One more, all right? Even 1 million members of this group are not worth a fingernail of the speaker's group. Was this a Nazi or a Zionist? This one I remember. Ding, ding, ding. That one was a Zionist. This was said on February 25th in 1994 by Baruch Goldstein. Dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of the Patriarchs and opened fire at 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 until he was beaten to death by survivors. At his funerals, Israelis shouted, "We are all Goldsteins and Arabs out of Israel." In response to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but imposed stricter sanctions and restrictions on the Palestinian population. So, in-fucking-distinguishable, just as a whole. And here's what's worse. Every social media company in the United States, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, like all of them, are now working with a company called Cyberwell. Now, Cyberwell is an Israeli company whose job it is to use AI to parse social media posts looking for what they define as anti-Semitism. Now, to be fair, some of what they define as anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. However, some of the other things they define as anti-Semitism is not. And their job is to delete it from the internet. Are those the same guys who produced Pegasus? No, but but the people who produced Pegasus also produced graphite, which U.S. federal authorities now have access to, which can hack all of your phones. Oh, and by the way, this guy who works with the IDF built their underground bunker in Tel Aviv, who's, by the way, you know that ballroom they're building for the White House? It's also an underground data center. And this is the guy in charge of it. He's the one that bought TikTok. His son now owns Paramount and Skydance and is about to buy Warner Brothers, which would mean they also own CNN.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government, but also Tell us a bit about what, because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your...
By the way, Larry Ellison over here is the guy who's in charge of building China's Great Firewall. The Great Firewall of China would not exist without Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison also built China's surveillance network, as well as their COVID health tracking biometric data networks. He also proposed these same systems to the United States after 9/11, and was told no, kept going onward. He's also working very closely with the Tony Blair Institute, who is going to be in charge of Gaza going forward, although Steve Bannon says that Turkey is the one that's going to be doing the security guarantees. He's also worked with a bunch of Indian and Israeli officials. Yes, this is the richest man in the world, and the only person on this planet that scares me more than Peter Thiel.
Healthcare data.
He's in charge of all of your data. He's also the one that's working on the Stargate project along with Sam Altman and OpenAI. Now, I want you to understand that that's the surveillance apparatus that's being built. A lot of that stuff got tested in Palestine against Palestinians. And now let's move back home. Let's talk about what's happening in America, because this is going to get bigger and this is going to affect everybody else from here, because we have gone fully batshit insane. Here's Stephen Miller the other day.
J.B. Pritzker could be arrested. Let's talk about your willingness and under what federal authority do you arrest a sitting governor? I understand the supremacy clause. I understand interference with a federal officer. Tell me how it works that he would make himself susceptible to being arrested.
Well, the answer I'm about to give doesn't only apply to Governor Pritzker. It applies to any state official, any local official, anybody who's operating in an official capacity who conspires or engages in activity that unlawfully impedes federal law enforcement conducting their duties. So if you engage in a criminal conspiracy to obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws, or to unlawfully order your own police officers or your own officials to try to interfere with ICE officers.
All of this in the old days would be illegal. First of all, you pay these people's salaries. You have every right to know where they are. You have every right to stop them. You have every right to record them. However, now people are getting arrested, beat, and blacklisted for doing so. And yes, this is them beginning not beginning, but continuing the manufacturing of consent to start arresting governors, judges. This is a civil war. We are in a civil war. I would like to remind you that Texas National Guard is currently in Illinois and in Oregon right now.
Or even to arrest ICE officers, you're engaged in criminal activity. Different kinds of crimes would apply. There's obstruction of justice. There is harboring illegal aliens. There is impeding the...
harboring illegal aliens. You guys understand that we're already at the Anne Frank stage, right? Remember a couple weeks ago when we had that helicopter raid where, they tore children out of their homes naked and zip-tied them, separated them from their families. I still haven't seen a fucking ICE prison where there are any women. I don't know where the fuck they're sending any of the women they kidnap. Or the children. Remember the first Trump regime that we saw the kids in cages? I have not seen a single child. I have not seen any of the women in these prisons. I don't know where they're going. I do know that, the person in charge is a demon and a pedophile and a sex trafficker. I mean, the statements of the ghoul known as Stephen Miller. Oh, Stephen Miller's not a ghoul. He's a demon. See, Darth Narak, you're new here, so you don't know my bestiary. The average MAGA are zombies. Then we got the ghouls, which are like ICE agents, the enforcers. We got the liches, like Caroline Levitt, the ones who spread the propaganda, the ones that create the ghouls and the liches, Tim Pool, Matt Walsh, Benny Johnson. Then people like him are demons. These are literal fucking demons. And then you got people like Larry Ellison, who are demons, but they're also vampires.
of our immigration laws. And then as you get up the scale of behavior, you obviously get into seditious conspiracy charges, depending on the conduct, and many other offenses. So
very funny to hear seditious conspiracy charges from people who literally tried to overthrow the government with an insurrection and committed several degrees of seditious conspiracy to the point where the FBI was monitoring them, and then they had the gall to complain about how the FBI was monitoring them while they were trying to commit fucking treason.
Action, it depends on the conduct, it depends on what is taking place. But what we need to reassure, a couple points. To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or tries to stop you, or tries to obstruct you, is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And
this is him saying that ICE agents have the right to do whatever the fuck they want, and you cannot do anything. They can shoot you and kill you. Again, just if you didn't hear that the first time.
Your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or it depends on the action, it depends on the conduct, it depends on what is taking place. But what we need to reassure, a couple points. To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or tries to stop you, or tries to obstruct you, is committing a felony.
Full immunity. Anyone who touches them, lays a hand on them, tries to obstruct them, is committing a felony. Now, ironic, considering all of these ICE officials are fucking criminals. He tells the Gestapo, go do what you want. Yeah. Like the NBC investigation found that several new ICE recruits have been sent to training without background checks. Many new recruits have serious criminal histories, including assaults for arrest, assault, battery, drug tests. By the way, it's illegal, just saying that publicly, yeah. Well, I mean, remember, under NSPM 7, right now, we are all committing terrorism. If you haven't read NSPM 7, read NSPM 7.
Welcome back now to an NBC News exclusive and new questions about who will be carrying out the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. One current and two former Homeland Security officials tell
Why is my Nightbot thing not working?
NBC News that some new ICE recruits have showed up to training without being fully vetted. The officials telling NBC News the recruits were placed in ICE's training program before the agency determined that they had either failed drug tests, had disqualifying criminal backgrounds, or had not met the physical or academic requirements to serve. Now, it comes as the agency rushes to hire officers to carry out President Trump's mass deportation policy. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley helped break that story. She joins me now. Congratulations on this scoop, Julia. Thank you for breaking it here. So just how many ICE agents are we talking about who could fit into this unqualified category?
Well, according to some data that was compiled very recently internally at ICE, there were over 200 new recruits who showed up for training. That's supposed to be after they've gone through a security vetting, fingerprints, drug test, attested that they can do the physical portion of the training. They've showed up and they haven't been able to meet those requirements. In some cases, I'm told they show up and they volunteer the fact that, no, I never did submit fingerprints, or no, I never did do a drug test. And so trainers are having to pull people off the base there in Georgia and take them out to go get these things done. So the real concern is who might not be admitting that and who might be slipping through the cracks.
So, Julie,
again, here, I finally found NSPM 7. For some reason, Nightbot didn't work. But under NSPM 7, National Security Directive, this is not an executive order. This can literally be classified. They don't have to tell you this. But under this, the Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whose NSPM 7 says can be identified by following any of the following indicators: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support to overthrow the United States government, extremism on migration, meaning like migrants deserve rights, extremism on race, trans people are allowed to exist and are valid, extremism on gender, on race is white supremacy is not good. On gender, it's trans people should be allowed to exist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. If you think gay marriage should be real, you are a terrorist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. If you are not a white evangelical Christian, you are a terrorist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. If you think slavery should be illegal, you are a terrorist. That is the law. Like, this is not something that's an executive order. This is not something that a court can argue back against. It is a national security memorandum. So, big fucking deal there. Oh, by the way, Representative Randy Fine has formally moved to begin the denaturalization process against Zahran Mamdani, a sitting U.S. lawmaker and New York City mayoral candidate, so he can be deported. They want to deport Mamdani. There is no suffering adequate for those animals. May the streets of Gaza overflow with their blood. That's Randy Fine. Kill them all. This is the guy. They don't hold any living hostages anymore. Glass them. Like, this is the guy. He's scum and subhuman. This is a subhuman monster. This is a demon. This is why we keep seeing videos of them behaving like slobs. It's because they are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. They are indeed. Oh, here's a fuckwit who dressed as a Nazi for Halloween, and look at the reaction that he got.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Don't touch him! Don't
touch me! Get the fuck out!
Don't touch him!
Follow your leader.
Fuck you! What the fuck?
He's in my... Yo! Are you in my accounting class? Yeah! What up?
God, we are so fucking cooked. Gets better, though. He got arrested. Aw. Poor little Nazi. Here's a different angle of him getting the shit beat out of him. Or rather, not beat out of him, but, you know. We don't support violence on this channel. Notice how the women are the only ones who handled it? Yeah, because the issue here being there is this, like, sense between men that's been created that, like, you know, you gotta look out for the boys. All women are evil fucking demons. I mean, like, I read the whole thing that dumbass believed in the beginning. He would already be in jail if it was Germany. Well, I mean, Germany has a ton of Nazis. They just use different symbols. Darth Narco. Look at the AFD. Germany's gonna fall to the Nazis in their next election. So is the UK. Oh, by the way, here in a shocking moment, investigation of ICE reveals that they have detained over 170 U.S. citizens, often racially profiling Latinos, telling some, including a U.S. citizen, that they have no rights. Now, this is only the ones that we know. Again, there are so many more cases that we don't know of. The 170 that we do. We still don't know what happened to those 1,200 people who went missing from Alligator Auschwitz either.
Democrats are investigating the arrests of U.S. citizens after a ProPublica investigation showed that ICE has detained more than 170 citizens in recent raids. And the New York Times, citing video of federal agents tackling people and even telling a group of Latinos, including a U.S. citizen, they have no rights. This morning, the Times editorial board published an op-ed titled, "Being Latino in the United States."
The Cold War already is hot. It's just one side's fighting it. Remember, I showed you last week their plan to take away the left's guns.
It should not be a crime, writing that the Trump administration's immigration crackdown has become a campaign of discrimination against Latinos with tactics that violate both law and human decency. Democrats are investigating the arrest.
Human decency, yeah, that's a shock. Oh, Homeland Security is fucking insane. Their Twitter page is run by an outright Nazi. And they've been putting out a lot of Nazi shit. This one in particular is fucking insane. You have a duty as an American, send them back using a revolutionary flag. Like, you guys understand that this country was formed because people didn't like the country they lived in, fucked off somewhere else, and then came here. Send them back? What, like, what if the natives said send them back to you, you would not have been happy. In fact, you killed all the natives. Yeah, DHS is doing Halo memes. Yeah, I can't wait for fucking Microsoft to sue them. Destroy the Flood. Literally, at this point, I would prefer the Covenant or the Flood. Please. Please. I'm a massive fucking Halo nerd, by the way, and like, ironically, not a bad, you know, series to use for fascist propaganda, considering the Spartans were not made to fight aliens. They were meant to fight human insurgents. But, really? Really? I mean, to be fair, they can only ever make themselves look good with AI anyway, because they're all fucking losers. The Covenant was a threat because they were all DEI hires. This is how GameStop responded, by the way. Peak GameStop. JD Cortana is not a good look. We live in the shittiest, dumbest fucking timeline. So, let's keep looking at these Nazis for a second, huh? Pull up some more clips, because I got a lot of them. I am going to be jumping around all over the place here a little bit today, so bear with me on that, because we have a lot of different things to talk about, and they're not all ordered correctly in my sources. That's the last one. The owner of GameStop is a douchebag? Well, I mean, he's a corporate owner. Of course he's a douchebag. Alright, here is an example of an attorney attempting to enter an ICE facility in Portland to give counsel to her client.
I'm an attorney. I'd like to get access. I have G28.
She needs access.
If you cross that line, they take you, by the way, and you're never seen again.
I'm an attorney. I have G28. That's fine, but you can come back Monday, man. We're closed. I understand both of the team. I need to meet with them.
Come back Monday, we're closed. Jesus. We've been denied access for 2 months. I was hoping you were still here, Buncor. Do they ever let these people in? But they told her, come back Monday, we're closed. Like, Jesus.
They have a right for counsel. She is their lawyer. Please let her in.
It better not copyright me. Not anymore? Yeah. I didn't think so. It's a miracle they're not fucking shooting at her. Oh, what happens here? This part I'm curious about.
Thank you. Thank you. Let her in.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna show an example of it to predict ambiance, don't worry. Why the fuck aren't Dems just rolling in with SWAT into these facilities? Because the Dems are controlled opposition. The Dems don't want to win. Like, the Dems are the Republicans, Darth Narak. Anyone who's not one of them is screaming very, very loudly. And even the ones that are don't want to start the Civil War. They're the ones trying to incite violence. They want us to roll up so that they can declare martial law. In fact, like I said this during the No Kings protest, thank God that all of those seniors showed up, because that saved us all. The original plan was going to be what they did during the George Floyd protests. Wait till it gets dark, light some fires, blame it on us, and then declare martial law. Because Dems funded ICE for 20 fucking years while they've been telling us we're extremists. That's also true. Here's an example of them pulling a protester across that line just to arrest them. You see how casually that was? Like, they're just talking. He turns around like he's moving away, just puts his arm out, grabs her, pulls her. That's it. Right, Vizora, you mentioned seniors could act as a force multiplier. I do really think so. There's evidence of this as well. Now, first off, like, it's much more difficult for them to declare this, like, Antifa, Hamas terrorists when it's a bunch of, like, seniors. But it also is optically painful for them. You see this in the UK, where Palestine Action is declared as a terrorist organization. Now, that's complicated because, like, the actual protests Palestine Action does are good, but the actual organization is run by some pro-Russian, like, dipshit. So it's not actually like a good organization. They did actually use a psyop that got it declared as a terrorist organization. But most of the people that show up to these protests actually want to protest for Palestine. And a fuckload of seniors went and had a sit-down, and we saw videos of 80-year-olds getting arrested, getting charged with terrorism, and getting charged with 15-year prison sentences. And that shit hurts optically. I would love it if my internet would stop buffering the stream every 2 seconds. I'm probably so far behind. Is it just you, or is it everybody? That's important to look at. 1 second. No, it should just be you. Looks like we're fine. Yeah, I know one of them, they're absolutely not Russian assets. Yeah, no, the people who protest are not Russian assets. The actual organization is a Russian asset. It's run by a guy who is pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine, been to the Donbass since the war started. But, like, that's not the point. Now, here is more terrorism from these violent criminals.
Oh, get up, get up.
She walks up to the agent.
Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up. Tíralo, tíralo.
This is what Stephen Miller means by you have immunity.
Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up. Tíralo, tíralo. Fuck.
Here's federal agents tear gassing Lakeview, Chicago, even though the court said that they need to stop using tear gas. Just a reminder that using tear gas in a war is a war crime, but using it domestically is not. Also a reminder that both CS and CN gas cause permanent damage to your lungs. Your eyes can cause permanent damage to your fertility. Oh, by the way, here is a TikToker journalist who ICE shot and then also shot a police deputy by accident while attempting to shoot this journalist with a real gun.
In Los Angeles, the man at the center of ICE's latest controversy, shot in the elbow by authorities and now charged with assaulting a federal officer.
They shot him and they're charging him with assault.
Is a prominent TikToker who's been documenting ICE raids all around the city. Carlitos Ricardo Parias, known to many as El Señor Richard or TikTok Quero, has been posting videos of local police activity since last summer. But recently began highlighting ICE operations, all while building an audience of more than 100,000 followers. But there was something many watching didn't know. Prosecutors say Parias, a 44-year-old father of two, is undocumented himself.
This is more of an American than any single person in ICE. This man is an American hero, and I don't give a fuck if he's documented or not. I'm glad to hear that he was not hit in a more vital area of his body. I'm sure they beat him plenty afterward.
The criminal complaint says federal agents had him under surveillance and tried to arrest.
Remember that ICE is trained in Israel. They have a field office in Tel Aviv.
Arrest him on an immigration warrant. When they boxed in his vehicle and ordered him out, prosecutors say he refused to comply, driving forward and backward, hitting two law enforcement vehicles.
Thank you, Darth Narok. This is a lie, and we've seen this play out with the ambulance as well. When they told him to get out, his car was in drive. He had it in drive. He put it in park, let go of the brake pedal. Car moves slightly as it locks into place. They claim that this was assault. They did this with the ambulance driver that I covered last stream, the EMT that was called for the injured protester who was about to drive away when the ICE agent pulled out a gun and pointed it at the EMT and said, "Stop the vehicle." The EMT put the car in park, let go of the brake. The car moved forward a little bit to sit in place, and they said that they tried to run over the ICE agent, then threatened to shoot the EMT again.
That's when one federal agent opened fire, prosecutors say, striking Parias and a deputy marshal in the hand.
What strikes you in this attempt to take your client into custody?
It's the use of force.
Carlos Jurado is Parias's immigration attorney, telling me his client is no stranger to the very community he was arrested in.
This man is out there day after day recording any police or criminal activity that's going on in that neighborhood, which that area of LA has a void. A lot of members of that community, they depend on him for knowledge as to what's going on.
A literal American hero that they shot, arrested, and are now going to put in a gulag somewhere. Probably in CSOP, because we do still send people to El Salvador. We just don't talk about it as much. And yet again, still not seen an ICE facility where they're housing women and children.
Jurado added he tried to speak to his client Tuesday night in a hospital, but says he was barred from doing so. An ICE spokesperson didn't immediately...
Oh, wow, even your lawyer can't visit you at the hospital after ICE shoots you.
respond to a request for comment. But it hasn't stopped supporters from gathering outside that medical facility.
I believe it's in an effort to limit the information being put out, to keep people informed and aware and safe.
Last August, Parias was honored by a Los Angeles City Council member for his, quote, unwavering commitment to keeping the South LA community informed, empowered, and protected. Tonight, for the man whose mission it was to document his often underserved community, his story now under the national spotlight.
Morgan is joining us now from L.A. And Morgan, a little further north of you, we talked about this plan that's now reversed to surge troops into San Francisco. Talk us through these people that obviously have a lot of influence on the president, who were clearly part of this decision-making process, at least from a distance.
Right, and Hallie, according to the president, this major reversal came after speaking with multiple people, but there were two crucial conversations that the president shared earlier today. One of those conversations...
Oops, Hero Carry, sorry, I meant to give you access to the Discord, but I accidentally kicked you from it, so you're gonna need to join it again. My bad, guys. I was like 10 minutes behind. Jesus Christ, Jet, that sucks. Sorry. Alright, moving on. The facial recognition software that they're using.
Hey, so he's refusing to give the ID. That's all right.
I'm American citizen, you're living. God damn it, boy.
I'm being very polite, am I?
Okay, just get out of here. I have to go work, bro.
I understand. Where do you work at?
Don't worry about it.
I'm just asking.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
I'm an American citizen, so leave me alone.
Okay, hold on. We're just gonna verify that.
I'm paying taxes and everything, and you. Okay, just leave me alone, bro.
Just stand. Hold on.
I have right hour and a half, and just stay. La verga, güey. Shit.
It's terrible.
I understand.
Tú nomás andas de pinche huevón agarrando gente, loco. And work.
I understand.
Okay, understand.
And that's why I'm not giving you a hard time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Nobody's giving you a hard time.
And work for my family, and you fucking take the people out, bro.
You guys are victims
Just look at me real quick.
Well, you know, Hillary Clinton did have it right. These are a pack of deplorables, I'll give you that one. If you pass a white American, they won't even stop you. True, they're literally racially profiling you. I've also gone and said there is an upside to this that's very, very minor. Every single one of these police departments, these federal agencies are using AI to identify people, but these AI are being trained on specifically the type of people they're looking for. Brown men. If you are not brown and you are not a man, you are more likely to pass through these filters unseen, meaning you have a little bit more wiggle room. use it. We are 2 minutes to midnight on this whole stop fascism thing. You guys understand that, right? Like realistically, the only way forward here is Madagascar, is Nepal. Actually, she said basket of deplorables, get it right? Well, one or the other. She was right on that. She was a demon, but she was correct. Again, like, there's no electoral way out of this. They have bought the voting machine companies. They have entered into the, like, entire system of election, like, integrity.
And
or
now
Bangladesh,
to the caucus.
that works too, yeah. Like, it's just not a thing that you're going to achieve without something similar to...
plunged Georgia into turmoil, with protests taking place almost daily. The vote prompted Brussels to effectively freeze the EU candidate country's accession process. The protests came after Saturday's municipal votes, in which state election officials said Georgian Dream had scored landslide wins.
They have been protesting for almost a full fucking year. This was 10 months ago. Still one of my favorite clips. No fascist power has ever been voted out. True. It's just never happened. Oh, and like, I'm sorry, what are they protesting against? Russia. In Georgia, that is the Russian invasion. That does go hard. And this is what's happening to us in America.
Yes! Is it? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Washington? Is it?
Instantly pulls out their weapon and points it at you. No reason.
Go forward. Cover your face.
Like, they want to kill people. And they want you to come out and attack them, because then they get to declare this is, I don't know, like, left-wing terrorism. That ICE agent just committed 12 felonies? Well, would have if the law still existed. Mussolini was technically voted out of his fascist party, but that was neither here nor there. He got voted out with a rope. Oh, here's an ICE agent who got their mask demasked, and you'll be shocked to find out what's under that mask. Let's Scooby-Doo this ICE agent, eh?
And I'm gonna throw it right back at you. I'm gonna throw it right back at you. I'm gonna throw it right back at you, I swear to God.
I can't play the rest of this because it's gonna be copyright music. My guy, you are the most Hispanic-looking motherfucker I have ever seen. Why the fuck are you in ICE? Do you think that this is going to save you? Do you think that they're gonna let you stay?
I'm gonna throw it right back at you, I swear to God.
You look like the stereotype of a Mexican to the average American. Do you think they are going to let you stay? They're gonna deport him straight from headquarters. A chinga madre. Like, come on. Here's Tom Homan on Zoran Mamdani, by the way. Nah, that's I can't even read what that word is, freaky crab. My dyslexia is just not letting me. Josiananthan? Yo soy la migra. I know, right?
Mr. Homan, Zoran Mamdani, the likely next mayor of New York City's promised not to cooperate with you or with ICE or deportations of any kind. Do you have a plan? Is there a plan to work around that? How are you going to handle it?
Good luck on that, because we're going to be in New York City, and President Trump said it 2 weeks ago. We're going to double down, triple down in sanctuary cities. Why? Not because they're a blue city or a blue state, because we know that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats and national security threats to the streets every day because they don't honor our detainers. We know that. We don't have that problem like in Florida, where every sheriff in the state's working with us. So where we're going to send our assets, we're going to send them where the problem is. Sanctuary cities. So I've said it before, we'll flood the...
He's saying that if Zoran Mamdani wins, they're going to flood New York City with ICE raids. Zoran Mamdani is an American citizen, yes, but they are currently attempting to denaturalize him, as I showed before. The process was started by Representative Randy Fine, They want to denaturalize and deport Mamdani. What the fuck do you mean threat? He means you and me. Sanctuary cities aren't statistically crime-ridden than non-ones. They're literally not. Like, the crime epidemic in the United States is in red states. This is Islamophobia 101. Yeah, but Islamophobia is allowed in America. It's practically American culture at this point. Marbles grinding against one another and thin pudding. I mean, that is a fucking golem. Here's a U.S. citizen getting their ribs cracked and internal bleeding because they're being terrorized by ICE terrorists. Again, this is just American ISIS.
What the Hey, why is he breaking your heart? Pull people up. 7 years old. Be easy on this. 7 years old. Dude, what is he fucking suffocating? What are you doing?
There's functionally very little difference in their ideology either, Darth Narok. This is just American ISIS. This is my teammate from the running team I've been running with since 2017. He's 67 years old, training for the New York City Marathon. Coming home from the team long run, when he found the road to his home was blocked by ICE, he pulled up and asked if he could get let through, so before he can go home, they told him to move his car. Before he could comply, they dragged him out and did this. Broke 6 ribs, internal bleeding, no marathon.
Michael! Get out of our neighborhood! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Get a fucking job! You fucking piece of shit! You ain't fucking American! Alright, you got
Get off of him! This is an American citizen, mind you. There's no illegals, no one's going after criminals, these are just American citizens. Fucking Gestapo. Again, like, there is no difference. These are demons. These are subhuman. Every single one of you is an infinitely better person than any of those people. Those aren't people. I genuinely feel that ICE is subhuman. If you can't create even if you can't even fathom empathy, which these people think empathy is a sin, then you just lack humanity. Yeah, they're not going after criminals because most of them joined ICE. I'm only half kidding. You're not half kidding. You're full kidding. It's all fucking criminals. It's Jan 6ers, Proud Boys, Klan members, Oath Keepers, Patriot Front. Remember how there always used to be Nazi counter-protesters at protests? Where'd they all go? Oh, now they're just in ICE, huh?
An altered TikTok video showing a group of young black men seemingly threatening ICE agents. Here's the post from DHS. The captions on the video say, ICE, we're on the way. Word on the street is cartels put a $50K bounty on y'all. So the official social media account for the Department of Homeland Security posts this video and adds, quote, FAFO. If you threaten or lay hands on our law enforcement officers, the post says, we will hunt you down and we will find you. We'll see you cowards soon. The video in that post was quickly identified by online users, and the person who originally posted it as manipulated and stripped of its original caption. In reality, the clip wasn't even about ICE at all. It was an old TikTok post from June that the creator says was jokingly aimed at Iran. Here's what it actually said. You see what we can do. Don't say something that you can't finish, Iran. We all ready.
Yeah, that kid was sent endless death threats as a result of that post. Yeah, I get endless death threats as a result of shit I say every day.
United, we all stand, American flag.
As a result
emoji.
of shit I say every day.
Smoke. That was the real post. But then the Trump administration reposted the doctored version and blasted it out as propaganda to millions of followers. Now, here's a side-by-side version in comparison. This version posted by DHS also cuts out some of the people who are seen in the original video and swaps in different music. In a video response, the young man says that he's now facing daily threats and made clear that the doctored clip is not his.
I seen the caption. And then I was like, wait, I didn't do that. I still got the video saved on my draft months ago on TikTok, bro. Federal government is involved with something that I didn't do. Like, what?
He claims it's not his, but rather than
of course not, Darth Nark, because that's the point. The point is to lie. I threaten you too, Vizora, with a good time. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm tempted now.
Or retract the post. DHS has doubled down. It responded by saying, "We have the receipts. This young man posted violent threats of murder against our law enforcement. He then deleted it when he was called out and attempted to deny all wrongdoing. We have the receipts and the internet is forever." But those receipts, again, appear to be doctored video. This is part of a broader, deeply troubling pattern. Jahan Jones wrote, the social media accounts belonging to Trump's Homeland Security Department have effectively become a, quote, white nationalist content mill, churning out.
As we've seen from looking at the Homeland Security page, it's just Nazi propaganda.
Racist, jingoistic propaganda, and memes. Since June, DHS has repeatedly amplified material rooted in overtly racist and anti-immigrant ideologies. And that same report notes that several top Trump officials, including border czar Tom Homan and White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, have long-standing ties to organizations that are known for promoting white nationalist or anti-Muslim views. The government itself begins using doctored videos and AI, which is also frequently deployed by Trump on his own social media accounts.
Trump literally made an AI video of himself taking a shit on all of the protesters on No Kings. Like that's where we are as a country, is the president making AI videos of him shitting on his constituents as they protest. That's where we are at as a country. Now, hold on, give me a second, because I found some interesting stuff that I want to add in here for discussion. Just because a lot of this is weird as fuck. Well, we can start off with this one, which is incredibly funny. I can't believe the current head of ICE social media, Blood and Soil, would say such kooky things. Of course not. He leveled the East Wing and is not in jail. What the fuck? You guys think that that's just a ballroom, right? You do realize that they're building a data center under there. The way that works, like the logistics of it alone makes it impossible that it's a ballroom. We'll go into that as well, actually. I think we have some time. We can talk about that. First off, though, Ian Miles Chong, a Malaysian man who lives in Malaysia. I refuse to be governed by a Ugandan named Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Get out of my country. Bruh, you live in Malaysia. What the fuck are you on about? Get the fuck out of my country. I'm in Australia. Japan is back, hats, because, you know, Japan just elected a fascist. Chong isn't in New York, he's in Malaysia. We got Deputy DOJ Deputy Chief John Schmidt caught on in camera saying the government will reject every Republican from the Epstein files. We've already seen that one, doesn't really matter. The main difference between idiocracy and reality is that a decent portion of society is intelligent and agonizingly aware of our decline. Less and less every day. Someone on Blue Sky was saying, dude moved super fast on the ballroom. Do we know that the East Wing wasn't a crime scene you wanted to destroy? No, you guys were wrong. I'll tell you what that actually is on about in a second. Just give me 2 secs. You know what? We'll get distracted. Let's talk about the ballroom and then we'll go back to ICE. Here's what's actually going on.
Yeah, so Trump is not building a ballroom. And I feel like I've known this in my soul. But now I feel like I have irrefutable proof, thanks to Andrew Kerr, an architect who posted on Facebook a few days ago and blew this case wide open. And he, by the way, has over 20 years of experience working on federal projects, and he walked through in his Facebook post step by step why this does not make any sense, this ballroom. I mean, for one, he just kind of did the math. $300 million at 90,000 square feet would be about $3,333 per square foot. He said that even luxury federal construction doesn't usually approach $1,000 per square foot. He also mentioned the geometry of these renderings being nearly impossible because the renderings are showing a building that would need a 380 by 235 foot footprint, but the interior views show maybe 200 by 100 feet. And that's only 20,000 square feet, so that can't exist in the same building. Not to mention that the construction drawings, he said, look like they were thrown together in about a week, and I think that that's pretty generous considering I think that they were probably thrown together by Grok within, I don't know, a couple of minutes.
Just a reminder that Grok is officially part of the United States government. And don't use any enterprise AI because they lie, snitch on you, and put you on lists.
Probably by Big Balls or whoever's still wandering around the White House from Doge. So the million-dollar question then becomes, well then what is he building? And the answer, I think, is that he's building an underground data center. Hear me out. Think about where they're building, because it's not random, it's the East Wing, and that's where the PEOC bunker is.
It's also the part of the White House that was most accessible to the public.
And just think about the significance of that, because that
But yes, the emergency bunker is under the East Wing. Adding a data center next to the emergency bunker would be smart.
It's where the tunnel systems are that connect the White House to the Treasury to the other federal buildings. It's where all of the secure communications infrastructure lives. I mean, that's prime real estate, just underground. Honestly, this kind of reminds me of the Oracle data centers that Larry Ellison built underground.
Oh shit, we're at 998 followers. 2 more followers on YouTube and I hit 1,000. Sorry, 2 more followers on Twitch and I hit 1,000. Guys, go drop a like on the YouTube stream, join the Discord. If you want to donate to me without Twitch taking half a cut, you can use that link.
You know, the ones that were 9 stories deep, 160 feet below the ground, 460,000 square feet. And guess how much those cost? $319 million per bunker. Yeah, and the White House is already at $300 million for this ballroom, and it's only climbing. Fiscally, it feels like a more apt comparison, I feel like. Even outside of the architecture anomalies, the fact that this is privately funded should have been our first red flag. I mean, this is Donald Trump we're talking about, baby. I mean, the man who has absolutely no problem spending taxpayer money on stuff that just benefits him. This is the same guy who spent over $3.9 billion in taxpayer money just to make over Air Force One. Didn't he also make Secret Service pay to stay at Mar-a-Lago? Like, he charged the room bill to them? Just ridiculous. So when he suddenly won't spend government money on this means this isn't actually serving him. This means that this is serving someone else specifically. Look at the donor list. You've got defense contractors like Lockheed Martin and Booz Allen Hamilton, and you've got tech giants like Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Palantir. You've got crypto companies like Coinbase, Ripple, and Tether, and then telecoms like T-Mobile and Comcast. These aren't people who are funding a party space. These are companies who have very specific interests in government infrastructure, government data, and government operations. Don't get it twisted, they are funding infrastructure that very directly serves them. Also, think about Larry Ellison's vision, the one that he spoke about in the keynote the other day that I made a video on, the part where he said that he wants to automate the government. I mean, a lot of these tech bros have been talking about automating the government. And if you
This is also like literally how Israel functions. They also have an underground data center that like automates their government.
Federal operations or create a single digital platform for the government, then that means you need a supremely secure physical home for that system. And by placing it directly under the White House, you eliminate latency problems and you ensure that the President of the United States has direct physical control over the system's core. Because remember, it's about centralizing control and securing the brain of the government. I know, it sounds very dystopian, and in many ways it's because it is.
That's because we're doing Cyberpunk 1984. Honestly, at this rate, we are on track to be 2077 by 2077. Here is an ICE agent threatening to arrest someone just for like filming them in a parking lot.
Back off me, I said. I'm not in your way. I'm behind you. Keep on following me, you're gonna get arrested. You know what?
If you follow me, you're gonna get arrested. Except we won't get any cool cyberware. Well, the rich will.
I told you to keep your freaking distance. Hey, I'm keeping my distance. You're in the Sam's Club parking lot.
Can't even film them anymore. Again, you pay their wages. You're allowed to know where they are at all times, or rather you should be. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I just see my fucking right to record. No, it's not. This is not the first fucking time, dude. Like what? They see a fucking SUV and some fucking Mexican car in there?
He sounded like he was bullied as a kid. Not enough, clearly.
Thank you. You guys are awesome. Doing a phenomenal fucking job. Real fucking proud of you. I bet your mom's fucking proud of you, man. No, you're good, man. What the fuck is this? Bunch of fucking cunt bags. Nah, you're good. Look. Fucking cocksuckers.
Wasn't there a tech guy who was trying to build a public database of all ICE agents from public appearances and the FBI took it down within a week? Yeah, they called it terrorism. Here's them arresting a 16-year-old U.S. Citizen while he's going to school with his dad.
I was going to school. I was going to school. Get me your hair. I'm underpaid. You're done. I'm underpaid. We're from the United States, bro. You better break his neck, bro. You can't look.
For all those people that are saying this does not happen to U.S. citizens, have the courage and the guts to tell that to Arnoldo in his face. Because it happened to him. Para toda esa gente que diga que esto no les sucede a ciudadanos americanos, tengan el valor, tengan la cara.
The 16-year-old star athlete ended up in the hospital with injuries on his back and neck. Dude was going to fucking school. Here's inside of a school, inside of an elementary school, mind you. Remember, guys, I was just following orders was not a valid defense as stated by the justice in the Nuremberg trials. Remember when you had one of the who was it that went on CNN? It was a congressman or a senator or something saying, well, they're just following orders, like unironically said it like that. Here's an elementary school.
Pull her away. Pull her away. Suerte. Suerte, señora. Suelta la niña. 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 Suelta la niña.
Elementary school.
No estoy haciendo nada. No estoy haciendo nada.
These are Nazis. This is what Nazism looks like. This is what we did. There are currently children hiding in some other person's house, in their neighbor's house. There's a little girl somewhere writing a fucking journal. We're at the Anne Frank stage. Oh, by the way, as I showed last week, ICE agents are literally ramming people with their cars on purpose and then arresting the people they hit with their cars for hitting them with their cars. They're out there playing fucking GTA in real life. Every adult in that school that didn't protect those kids is failed those children. Yeah, I don't care if your life is at risk. Your job is to protect these people. If I'm a teacher and ICE is doing that to some, I'm going to jail that day. I'm protecting that student.
Oh my gosh.
This is law enforcement now.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a high speed chase.
All right. There's a deeper conversation about like what should we do that I want to have, but fine. I made a Twitch account. Jet, are you my 1,000th follower? Thank you. Wait, no, I'm still at 999, I think, but you are my 999th follower. Using that loophole the cops keep using, if that anyone gets hurt while they chase, no matter what, gets blamed on the person getting chased. Yeah, they do that on purpose. Someone likely a troll in Discord channel earlier asked me a discussion about the appropriateness of accepting a potential political candidate with a past of unsavory elements. Unironically asked me if I thought that ICE could be reformed. Oh, hell yes! 1,000 followers! Thank you, everybody! Hell yes! We hit 1,000! Join the Discord, like the stream, you can drop a dono. I appreciate this so much, guys. Holy shit, like, finally. It has been a trip getting here. I've only been streaming for about 1.5 years, so I really appreciate the support, everybody. Welcome to the community. Join the Discord, drop a like on the YouTube stream, and maybe a follow on there as well. And then we'll continue on. Now, before we get into the conversation on, like, what should we do while we're at these protests, like, how should we be behaving, I just want to touch on a couple unrelated but interesting topics. So, this one's fantastic. You guys remember Riley Gaines, the dumb cunt that, like, is really bad at swimming, that came in 5th and tied with a trans girl? She wants to debate AOC now. What's up, Nader Hunter? Thank you.
Here's what I will say. I want to honestly challenge AOC to a debate. She can defend socialism. I will defend capitalism. She can defend removing God. I will defend embracing a biblical worldview. She can defend child sacrifice. I will defend the sanctity of life. Any of the radical...
I would love to watch that debate. I would love to watch AOC actually defend child sacrifice, too. She'd win against Riley Gaines, 100%. Thank you guys, everybody. Yeah, dump that Gatorade onto me. I'm actually thirsty. I could use some Gatorade. Who here would love to see Riley Gaines debate AOC? Because I would pay good money to watch that one. Better than any UFC fight.
Saying democratic policies and platform that they stand for, I will debate the opposite. I'm challenging AOC to adhere.
Well, I thought you were going to challenge her to like a freestyle, 100 freestyle or something. I'm like, that's...
I'd sooner chew glass? Really? You don't want to see Riley Gaines get just eviscerated?
That too.
That's an unfair fight. Or
a fair fight to her is putting a man in the pool.
Yeah, no, you can wear... No, you can...
I want no moderators. By the way, remember, this is a woman who hates trans people because she came in 5th in a swimming race and tied with a trans person. She would have come in 5th if there had not been a trans person in that race anyway. I saw the New York City mayoral debate. It brought me lots of joy. I covered that on this space. It was fun. Why would you want me to watch a murder? True. This is, by the way, unrelated, but this is if that New York City mayoral debate took place in Westeros, as a Game of Thrones nerd.
There have been increased reports of a threat. All right, next question. There have been increased reports of a threat north of the wall from the White Walkers. How would you respond? So, Zoran?
Well, I think it's really important to remember that the most surefire way to stop the White Walkers is with Valyrian steel, which is currently being hoarded by the nobility. With my plan to redistribute that Valyrian steel, I would include the Night's Watch in that so they have the tools necessary to keep us safe from that threat from the north.
Thank you. Lord Cuomo, same question?
I don't know about any threat from the north or White Walkers. I'd have to consult experts on that. What I do know is that Sir Zoran's plan to take all of your hard-earned Valyrian steel to fund this war thousands of miles away is going to bankrupt King's Landing, and that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants this city to be weak so that when Daenerys lands here, she can take it over and rule as queen when the Iron Throne should be rightfully in my back pocket, I mean in the hands of the House Baratheon. I will lead us. We will march into the sea and out again. Under the waves we will ride seahorses, and mermaids will blow seashells to announce our coming. Oh, whoa, whoa!
So that was the New York City mayoral debate, from my perspective. Unemployed right-wing babies. Literally the most unemployed government we've ever had. For parody, the Ocasio-Cortez Gaines debate should have Curtis Silva present. No explanation. Yeah, I just want him in the corner somewhere. Nothing more pathetic than tying for 5th place, not 1st place, and then using your failure as an excuse to exclude others from sports. True. DEI for right-wing women athletes. Curtis Silva as Patchface works so well, though. You're not wrong. Curtis Silva is literally personified as Patchface. Okay, this was AOC's response to Riley Gaines, by the way. Maybe if you channel all this anger into swimming faster, you wouldn't have come in 5th. Chef's kiss. Thank you, AOC. I'm not even an AOC stan, but that was fantastic. On the transvestigation thing, I showed you a couple, like, tweets from Gigglypuff earlier, where people in the comments were being insane. She posted this photo of her face. Chat, is this a biological female? Wow, the wink. I have a feeling this might mean transgender. They literally, TDS, you know they call Trump derangement syndrome, like every accusation is a confession, literally is trans derangement syndrome. They're like, it's like they're in Vietnam. The trans are in the trees. They're in the trees, man. Silva, I used to get stabbed by the White Walkers and Targaryens burned me alive, but I love Westeros. Men aren't lonely enough. Clearly. And then apparently we have this coming from Asmongold, which I fucking hate listening to Asmongold, but this looked like it was related. Trans derangement syndrome needs to go in the DSM. I really think it does. The trans are in the trees. They really do think like that.
Oh, so this.
And by the way, I totally support Cutie. I think she's totally right about this, but I also think that she's cultivated an audience over the years, and she's basically created.
What do you mean, what if they're jealous? They are jealous. Have you noticed that every misogynist man loves trans women? And not because they love trans women, they just love dick, but they don't like feeling the shame because they're all gay, so they just want women with cocks, but they can't admit that either. All fascism, all Nazism, is built on a foundation of sexual insecurity. All of them. Every last Nazi, every last fascist, at the very, very base of their foundation is sexual insecurity. All of them. Why can't they just say, damn, she's hot and move on because they're freaks?
She's created this type of an audience. She has. It's my criticism of her, but like, I like her as a person. I've spoken to her multiple times. I think she's a very, very nice girl.
I'm gonna describe, okay? And you guys can believe what you can believe.
I know, like, I want, like, explain it. I want you to, like, explain it better.
This shit, by the way, has like tens of millions of views on TikTok. Like, people are losing their fucking mind on this.
I'm gonna explain it. You guys can believe what you want to believe, I understand, but you're not allowed to coach me and say, like, that's not right, that's not what you, like, just because I don't act the same way you act,
yeah,
you're not allowed to, like, coach me through that, because at the end of the day,
yeah,
I am somebody that's like...
Yeah, you don't get to tell me what to do. And this is the reason, that's the whole problem with this whole community, right, that they build, is that the community that they build is fundamentally a bunch of people that want to tell you what to do. Hyper-controlling.
He's talking about people who want LGBT people to have their own community safe and not have bigots entering them. Nader Hunter, I don't understand my fellow right-wing anti-trans stuff. We are supposed to be the party of personal freedom and responsibility. I hate how it changed so drastically. Nader Hunter, correction, it used to be. The Republican Party is now the Nazi Party. You're not a Republican anymore. I understand you used to be. You're still a conservative, but your former party is the party of Nazis and pedophiles. To be fair, I used to be a Democrat, and my former party is the party of doing nothing and kowtowing to billionaires. Nazi femboys are a thing for a reason. That is so true. That is so fucking true. What are they called? I mean, first off, there was a trans woman who was a Jan 6er who got sent to a male prison and then wrote to Matt Gaetz and Lawrence Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene begging to get transferred to a women's prison. But fuck, what are they called? The Bolshevik Nazi femboys that are all over 4chan. Oh, God, I forgot their names. Fascism is a loser ideology, not just because it's an ideology that keeps fucking losing, but because it's an ideology that is only appealing to people who have lost and keep losing. True! He needs to take a shower. His apartment needs a community, a safe community from his odor. That's also true. Yeah, you ain't right-wing anymore, Nader Hunter. I'll say you that much. Honestly, was it ever really? Seems like the Masters slipped some more. They at least claimed it was. No, it's not Tankies. It's not, Nazbols. Thank you. It's not Groyper. It was Nazbols. Here, I'll show you an example of a Nazbol. Because these are some wild people. Here is a Nazbol. Give me a good picture. Jesus Christ. Okay, here's one.
Potentially to a...
This right here is a Nazbol. This is a Nazi Bolshevik femboy.
nuclear world is the pinnacle of. That war machine is draining half of our congressional dollars, costing the average American household $12,000.
Nas Bowl. These people belong in an insane asylum. That's kind of what I was saying. The current MAGA party is not a Republican party I supported for most of my life. Yeah, that party's dead. Confusion, trans, Nazi, and communist at the same time, somehow. But like Bolshevik.
Last year, grow potentially to a nuclear world system.
If you are confused, you should be, because this is an incoherent ideology that just, like, it's just people being crazy. He just wants to be railed by a white supremacist. Why are we kink shaming? I mean, that is a kink that I will shame. If you want to get railed by a white supremacist, that is a kink that I will happily fucking shame. I'm so confused right now. Oh, you should be. I kind of opposed all Republicans. Trump makes Nixon look good. Oh yeah, no, like I've always opposed Republicans. But again, I said this earlier today. I said this in relation to infighting that I saw in my Discord. Right now, all I care about is fighting the Nazis. I would literally let Henry fucking Kissinger in our side as long as he helped fight the Nazis. I wouldn't trust him, but I would let him fight with us. They look like a goddamn psyop. They've been psyoped. But, I mean, some of them also are psyops. That could just do happen. Look, America is the most propagandized country in the fucking world, alright? Americans are. Here's from Stellan Skarsgård. Just an analysis of the propaganda. Just take the Kissinger money and use it for good. Literally, if I could just necromantically raise him from hell for one single day, I would do anything. How would you describe your worldview? My father told me something when I was very small to instill confidence in me. Quote, nobody in the world is worth more than you, but nobody is worth less. It's an egalitarian view that I've carried around my whole life, and that's why I'm for free schools, free university, free healthcare, free babysitting because our society can't afford it. In America, people think that social democracy is some kind of communism. They think capitalism is freedom. It's not. It's only freedom to exploit people. Americans are, of course, the most thoroughly and passively indoctrinated people on earth. They know next to nothing as a rule about their own history, the histories of other nations, or the histories of various social movements that have risen and fallen in the past. They certainly know little or nothing of the complexities and contradictions comprised within words like socialism and capitalism, chiefly what they have been trained not to know or even suspect that in many ways that they enjoy far fewer freedoms, suffer under a more intrusive centralized state than do the citizens of countries with more rigorous social democratic institutions. This is at once the most comic and most tragic aspect of the excitable alarm that the talk of social democracy or democratic socialism can elicit in these shores. An enormous number of Americans have been persuaded to believe that they are freer in the abstract, say Germans or Danes, precisely because they possess far fewer freedoms in the concrete. They are far more vulnerable to medical and financial crises, far more likely to receive inadequate health coverage, far more prone to irreparable insolvency, far more unprotected against predatory creditors, far more subject to income inequality, and so forth, while effectively paying more in taxes when one figures in federal, state, local, and sales tax, and then compounds all of those by the expenditures in this country, as almost nowhere else their taxes do not cover. One might think that that people who once rebelled against the mightiest empire on earth on the principle of no taxation without representation would not meekly accept taxation without adequate government services, but we accept that we have what we have become used to. I've said this before. Why the fuck are you paying taxes if the government's not working for you? You pay taxes for SNAP benefits. You pay taxes for Medicare, for Medicaid. You pay taxes for the police to protect you, the fire department. Where the fuck are your services that you fucking paid for? They're just stealing your money. That's it. They're just stealing it. That's always what it's been. That's only what it's been. I'm always so curious why lifelong Republican voters stick with the Republican Party and conservatism broadly when they have contact with leftist spaces like this channel. It baffles me. I'm genuinely so curious. I would appreciate if someone could take the time to try and explain their seemingly reticence to give us political partisans identity to me. I can explain that a little bit to you, Depraved Omnia. It's not just low information. It's not that. It is community. See, when you're a Republican or you're a conservative, you have a community. This is actually one thing that I often say the right does far better than the left. They have much more of a investment in personal relationships with one another. And by leaving the Republican Party or leaving conservatism, you are then leaving the people that you have invested in behind. You are becoming alone. You are ousting yourself. It's a scary concept. It's like moving to a new country you've never been to and know nobody in by yourself, which is doable. I've done it 4 times now. You can just do that, but it's difficult, and most choose whatever is easy. I've talked about this at length. The largest problem that exists in this country right now is an inability to feel discomfort and to sit in that discomfort, to be comfortable in that discomfort. And if you can't feel uncomfortable, then you can't be introspective. If you can't be introspective, you can't do critical thinking. And if you can't do critical thinking, you can't change your mind. And that's where the issue comes from. Does that make sense? That would be a huge discussion to have via text. Might be a good call in sometimes. I mean, like, Nader Hunter, if you would like to come and talk about this, like, you can call in sometimes and we can talk about it. I'm already set up for this Thursday on this space, but, like, if you want to have a conversation about this, we can schedule something on it. You went to a country without knowing anybody there? Australia, Montenegro, and, I mean, technically I knew people in Turkey, but not where I moved to. There's more to it than that, a lot more. A good call. I mean, yeah, that wasn't all of it, but that's a large portion of it. That is exactly why I have the words "seek discomfort" tattooed on my wrist. Fucking based, Buncore. I would love to have a conversation on this more than that, though, Nader Hunter. Yeah, sure. I'll DM you on the Discord. We'll set something up. Like, I mean, this week I'm kind of booked already. Tomorrow I'll be on this space with the Devil's Advocate. On their show, and on Friday we'll be having, on Thursday we'll be having Dan Did So, come and talk about Venezuela. Tangent, but how's Turkey doing anyway? Turkey's not doing great. Well, recently actually, Turkey just made a deal to buy more fighter jets. We can talk about that for a second, because this will come into, like, the Russia side of things when we get there.
Turkey has signed a deal with the UK worth roughly €9 billion to purchase 20 Eurofighter Typhoon jets. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan hailed the agreement as a, quote, new symbol of the strategic relationship between the two close allies. And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer added that the agreement provides the option for the sale of more jets in the future.
Eurofighter Typhoon savaş uçaklarının tedarikine dair
We still won't sell them F-35s because they bought those S-400s. It's very funny. What's up, Socializing Sapien? Don't get too black-pilled, but yeah, I get it too. While this brave, goddamn, I can never visit a country unless I know 3 people who will stand up for me just in case of a disagreement. It was fun. Like, I had a great time in all cases, actually. I think more people should travel to places they've never been to, that they don't know anybody in, and just adventure. It's kind of like how you learn about the world. UK selling jets to Turkey is not a bad thing, because Turkey is currently the strongest military in NATO, because America's not going to help with, like, Russia.
Heyetler arası görüşmelerde imzalandı. Bu mutabakatı iki yakın müttefik olarak aramızdaki stratejik ilişkilerin yeni bir nişanesi olarak görüyorum.
Our countries may sit at either end of Europe, but we're strong partners, working more closely together now than ever before. We're united behind our collective security as NATO allies.
Now, the thing that bothers me here is we still don't know what side Turkey will fall on. Turkey does what's best for Turkey. And Turkey, yes, is in NATO and is currently the strongest military in NATO outside of the United States. But Turkey could very easily flip onto, Russia's side if it feels like they're going to be more successful. Kind of makes sense. Isn't Turkey also in control of the current Syrian government? Partially. The current Syrian government is partially like America, Turkey, like there's a lot going on there. I recommend reading Finite and Finite Games by James P. I found it particularly interesting. I'm illiterate, so. There is a national security aspect to why we won't sell them F-35s. Another thing is we can bullet point to care about it. I can explain as much as I can without wading into restricted information. We don't want to sell them F-35s because they are a security risk. Turkey could flip on us and go with Russia. However, America is also flipped on NATO and is on the Russian side. I also don't think that like F-35s are a good thing to buy anyway, because I don't believe America when they say that there's no kill switch in the F-35. I just don't believe it one fucking bit. Now, but some good news on Russia, and by good news I mean incredibly funny news. First and foremost, Anonymous from France hacked into the Kremlin's government servers. This is not all of them either. This is just some of them. So the Russians have been hacked. I'm very curious to see what will come out of that. This is not all of the ones that got hacked either. So good job, French Anonymous. It goes beyond political reasons. There are technical aspects as well. Oh, of course, yeah, because like Turkey is really big on like manufacturing planes. They are actually the world's largest exporter of military drones. So like, you know, tech there. Even more good news on the Russian front. The sanctions that we put on, the one good thing we've done against Russia so far, are working. Lukoil, which accounts for nearly half of Russia's daily crude oil production, has announced that it is selling off its foreign assets. The company has already started accepting bids for potential buyers, according to its official press release. The Moscow Times reported that Lukoil's value collapsed by 7.2% in just a few days, causing nearly $4 billion in losses. Its main owner, billionaire Vagit Alekperov, lost over $1 billion in the same period. Here is Lukoil's graph. They ain't looking good at all. So, fuck the Russians. This is fantastic. Mind you, like, at the same time, Ukraine keeps bombing the Russian oil refineries still. As they should. Oh, we had a crane collapse in, yeah, beautiful graph. We had a crane collapse in Sevastopol, which didn't go well. Heavy lifting crane PK-700 Grigory Rosyankin capsized in the port of Sevastopol this afternoon. Yeah, they're having a rough go of it. They're having a rough go of it. Do I have the Russian camels? Hold on. Do I have the camels? I must have the camels somewhere. I must have the camels. Okay, hold on. This is going to be a Discord thing. Where are these damn camels? Aha! Here we are. So, I've shown you before combat donkeys in Russia. What I've not shown you is combat camels. How the fuck do you get the ship out of water after it tips over? You don't. Ukrainian drones destroyed so many trucks, the Russian army has now started using camels and donkeys as pack animals for moving munitions through the front lines. Now, we have seen the donkeys before. I have yet to see a camel, though. Russia is going to balkanize if this continues, which is good, also strategically scary with nuclear weapons. Yeah, look, they'll break up into several different, like, minor countries. It'll be a whole thing. What a cute camel. Too bad it's an orc riding it. Hold on, I had a better actual analysis of this from Chris, not Visagard. Ah, here we go. I don't know what the fuck goes on here.
Блять, М-ку тушать, блять. Блять, верблюда волочить, нахуй, я охуевший.
Behold, the power of the Russian Federation. In this house, we love camels. As an Australian, I would like to remind you all that there are 47,000 feral camels that roam about the outback and terrorize people. Because the British brought a bunch of camels here because they thought it would be useful to traverse the outback, and then they left them there.
Охуевший, блядь, да. Ой, блядь.
Y'all don't know about the feral camels in Australia? Oh my goodness, hold on. Send me camels? Alright. Australian feral camels. But I still want all the pressure on Russia. If that creates a force to secure lost nukes, so be it. To be fair, Nader Hunter, most of Russia's nukes don't work. I can almost guarantee this. Because nukes take a lot of money. A lot of money to maintain, and a lot of effort to maintain. Somebody siphoned the fucking fuel from those nukes like 20 years ago for vodka. That Russian camel looks sick as hell. It does indeed. Here, let's take a look at the camels in Australia.
In the 1800s, Australia brought camels to conquer the outback. They thought they were solving a transportation problem. Instead, they created a monstrosity that quickly got out of hand. The Australian outback is a land of extremes, scorching sun, and...
Glad to have you in the chat, Nader Hunter. I always love, like, there's a few military people in this community. We got, like, geospotters, we got former pilots, we have former medics. I always love hearing from you guys because you guys actually know things. How I know things.
Endless deserts, and barely any water. British settlers struggled to explore and build in these remote areas. Horses couldn't survive the heat, and wagons would sink in soft sand. The center of Australia, filled with vast deserts like the Great Victoria and Simpson, seemed impossible to conquer. So, the settlers turned to an unexpected solution: camels. In 1840, the first ship carrying camels arrived in South Australia.
Alright, now we'll get to the camel crisis. But yeah, even if the nukes work, you need a delivery method and keeping those rockets on ready to go at all times, footing costs. Yeah, exactly. Like the Oreshnik that they're saying that they're putting in Belarus. The Oreshnik costs incredible amount of money to make, and they don't have that many of them. And maintenance is not cheap. Never actively use the degree, but I do remember a thing or two. Fair enough. ADHD stream, it's a fun night. I'm glad I came. I needed this discourse. I'm always ADHD here. We're going to have a lengthy discussion about a bunch of stuff. Join the Discord. Hell yeah, I'll hop into voice after probably today as well. And possibly tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be a short stream since I'll be on someone else's show.
Already numbering in the hundreds of thousands, grew desperate.
Like
and
the stream on YouTube, please, and drop a sub if you haven't.
In 2009, the small Aboriginal town of Docker River, located about 300 miles southwest of Alice Springs, found itself at the center of chaos. Around 6,000 wild camels stormed into the community, smashing through fences, knocking over water tanks, and even trying to get inside homes. They were searching for one thing: water. And Docker River wasn't alone. Across the Anangu Pitjantjatjara Yankunytjatjara lands in South Australia, camels roamed through streets, broke infrastructure, and fouled up water sources.
So yeah, the feral camels caused a bit of a fucking problem there. Didn't go so well. They were an invasive species. Yes, yeah, so Australia's really strict on what you can bring into the country because of that fact, because you can't have, like, I want an iguana real bad. I would love an iguana. I can't have an iguana because if I got one iguana, there would be about 50. Breaking news, Venezuela has captured a CIA-backed mercenary group accused of plotting a false flag operation in the waters near Trinidad and Tobago. I don't have a confirmation for this source just yet. I'm going to look into that in a second. That would be insane. Do it the cyberpunk way. Speaking of the cyberpunk way... This is brand new.
Welcome
NSA
to the Spy
leak.
Collection. This is Anastasios and today we'll talk about one more of NSA's Advanced Network Technologies, or ANT spy gadgets. We're talking about something that NSA codenamed as Genesis and looked pretty much like this. Note, this is not an actual Genesis device. It's our display item for the spy collection to describe this spying capability. However, by the end of this episode, you'll hopefully realize that today anyone can have their own Genesis for a fraction of the cost that NSA required for it in 2009. So that was a commonly used cell phone at the time, and its brand is no coincidence, since Motorola and NSA have had a very long partnership in covert operations, going back literally decades. And here's the leaked.
I actually do want to play Cyberpunk again at the end of stream today because I'm actually up to the mission that I wanted to show you guys, the political one. And we're going to do that after I show you just a little bit of this Genesis phone because I want to learn about this. Bro, this guy's voice sounds so smooth, it's fucking with my head. It's not AI either. This is a good channel.
Catalog page. This one secret NSA catalog was produced by the agencies A&T so that they can present to their operatives what capabilities they could provide. And one of those capabilities was Genesis, a covert signals intelligence transceiver. Worth noting that this device displayed here, the Motorola Silver L9, was released in 2007. So we read, commercial GSM handset that has been modified to include a software-defined radio, SDR, and additional system memory. The internal SDR allows a witting user to covertly perform network surveys, record RF spectrum, or perform handset location in hostile environments.
So essentially they were able to turn this fucking phone into a Wi-Fi pineapple. Good to know. Except being a young white male gamer, obviously. Well, I mean, that's also very, very, very political. It's just, a little different, I would say. Alright, hold up. Let me get set up for us to do politics in a different manner. I want to talk about where politics is heading based on our current trajectory. Now, obviously, I don't think that we're getting actual Cyberpunk 2077. But we're getting a lot of stuff that is reminiscent. How about an old white male gamer? Those are generally based and nerds. I mean, it's not really a secret. Governments have been using SIGINT protocols in smartphones for years. Oh, no, exactly. It's just the fact that, like, you can do that one now. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see about one. Hold up, it is loading. Now, this is going to be one of my favorite quests and one of the most popular ones in the game that exists. It's the one with the paralyses that involves mind control of politicians. Let me change the category for stream so that Twitch doesn't get mad at me. Rated game. Sure, done. All right. And then... Aha. Jefferson for Mayor 2077. Oh yeah, you might have some different thoughts on that by the end of this. Now hold up, let me make it so that the audio actually comes in through the headset. There we go. And now I gotta make it so that you guys can actually hear it. Okay, should be able to hear now. This game goes so insanely hard. It's not just about how hard this game goes. It's about the political, like, not just themes either. The outcomes. Everything here is very likely to, like, be a problem going forward. Alright, paralysis. There we go. Stream on. Oh, hold up, I got the wrong mouse plugged in. 2 seconds. I need my other mouse so that I can actually use the game buttons properly. Right.
You think I'm
joking? Whoopsie. Oh no. Accidentally hit someone with a sword. Love when I do that. There's so many references in this game to IRL instances of pop culture, it's insane. Oh, like more than just that. This game is based on like a board game, right? From like back in the day. But they got so much of the predictions dead on. This is what America looks like now. By the way, it's just like people shooting shit in the streets. Oh. Okay, clearly that didn't work out. I think I crashed. Should not have tried to, switch the camera. That happens. Game hates it when I do that. Let's try that one more time, huh? Would not be a good stream without some technical issues. Sorry. I'm gonna restart it now. And this time we should not have that problem because I will not switch the camera mode with a billion things happening. Sorry, I have a very long mod list so that this game is actually fun, and sometimes those mods do not agree when too many things are happening at the same time. Let's try that one more time. Aye. Computer go burr. I mean, to be fair, like, I am streaming to 2 different, like, sources. Like, this stream is going to YouTube and to Twitch. My, like, before, the game is currently launching. It hasn't launched yet. My CPU and memory are both at 50. So this pushes GPU up to, like, 100. Yeah, we're doing all right. I got a bunch of cars and weapon mods, a few other things too. See, I don't really worry about the car and weapon mods too much, though there are quite a few good ones. I like Night City Alive is what makes it so, the people were like going around shooting each other. There is Stealth Runner, which is really good, that makes it so you're much more, What? Oh my god, the game does not like that I have stream on, does it? Let's see, what can I turn off? I know what I can do. This worked last time, so it should work this time. As long as... That's why! Because I have you running, and I have you running, and I have you running. Far too many things. Third time's the charm, everybody. I love how you were all just like staring at my desktop. Never been interested in mods for CP2077? Purist? It's not about being a purist. It's about making the game more like Dark Future is a mod that I like. That makes it so you have to eat, you have to drink, you have to sleep, you have to take a shower. Biz, you have a folder on your desktop named New Folder, and I am so triggered. It's named that on purpose. It is a nice desktop. Thank you. I'm glad there wasn't anything on there that, I don't know, would piss y'all off. Not that there's anything on here that would piss y'all off, but I don't know. I name things weird shit. Off-topic update. AOC has seen Riley Gaines' clip. Her response is, you want to challenge me to a debate? I challenge you to get a real job. Yeah, I saw it. She said, she also said, maybe you should channel all that anger at getting better at swimming. So. Alright. Load this time, motherfucker. Or I'm gonna get really mad. Is gonna have a Vosh taxes moment? Well, not necessarily that. It was more so like, I don't know, like doxing myself. Show us your taxes folder. That is on an external drive. That's not on the computer because I'm not stupid. I would not keep my financial information consistently connected to a computer. Okay, hold on. So why is my buttons not set up correctly? There we go. What? Who the hell did I just attempt to murder? Oh, I also made it so that like the cops will actually stick on you for longer. Like, I made the game more realistic. What's up, Ethoslab? We're about to do a very political quest to end off stream. A quest about a potential mayoral candidate getting brainwashed and controlled by corporations. It's like when I try and greet someone. I need to stop texting and driving. It's like when I try and greet someone in Red Dead Redemption but start a fight instead. I've never played Red Dead, so I would not know. I did this last time. I keep looking at chat while trying to drive and crashing. I have a separate PC I do all my business on. My gaming rig is just for gaming. I have a separate computer that is for like more sensitive stuff. This is my streaming and gaming computer. To be fair, this is my only like good computer. The other one is mostly for just like stuff that doesn't really require high amounts of RAM or GPU. Alright, we're almost there. By the way, like, this is how I drive on my motorcycle. Not quite, because I have a moped that can't go this fast, but... Anything with PII is on my laptop? Yeah, basically. Alright, we're here. And there's a nice little park right for me.
We're upstairs.
Thanks.
Alright. Outer Wilds made me cry too, such a beautiful game. I've heard that was a good game. This game has made me cry several times in several different, like, quests too, though. Like, there's a part of this, there's a quest in this game where you have to either decide to do your job or destroy a building that, like, does surgery on children to modify them to do better at sports.
It's good to see you again.
Oh, I just
Something
did
happened?
this quest? It's a good one.
Come on. Jeff will explain everything. He's just about done
The
prepping
reason that we're gonna do this one is because this should give you an understanding of what politics
for the
may be
debate.
like quite soon in the future.
I've rescheduled all his meetings out of the office today.
Because we're building
the
this tech.
office meaning here, so nobody will bother us.
Mike, we're talking about the
Bother us at
cornerstone of
doing
my
what,
platform.
exactly?
I'm not doing a U-turn
You'll
just because
know in a
Night Court. No, I'm not sucking anyone's dick just so they can fuck me in the ass! Look, I gotta go. Make the amendments, we'll powwow later.
Wait, I just realized, do I have... Okay, disable copyright music, thank God.
Glad you could make it.
Jefferson.
Grab a seat, please. I'll explain why I asked you to come over. We've had a break-in. Not the usual kind, though.
So unusual how?
A couple of days back, dead
This
of
is
night,
how I imagine
something wakes
Saran
me.
taking his
A
DSA
noise.
meetings.
I grab my pistol and come out of the bedroom. See a stranger. He looks like he's about to reach for it, so I pull the trigger.
Nail him?
No idea. My head started spinning and I passed out. No trace of him the morning after. I'd like you to find him. Find out what he wanted.
Why me, of all people? Wouldn't rather have a detective look into it?
Prefer to use tried and tested contacts.
Can't blame you.
Former mayor's death? You unraveled that mystery. I trust you'll be able to crack this one as well.
Notify the badges yet? We don't want any
Oh,
buzz
side
around.
note, I love the slang in this universe, and I am adopting it. Like calling the cops badges, y'all are chooms, shit's Nova.
There's no attention, whatever.
10 out of 10.
You know. NCPD's full of people who like the occasional stray eddy.
If we reported a break-in, the media descend on us like a swarm of locusts. No badges. Gotcha.
Of course, we notified SSI about the incident. Our private security.
SSI is pretty small time. Why didn't you go with Arasaka or Militech?
It's what was recommended to us.
On the bright side, we're not dependent on any mega corporations. Intruder, take anything, break anything.
Nothing missing.
I haven't noticed any damage either. Jeff must have scared him off before he could do anything.
It's already happening. This game basically originated the term corpo as the internet uses it. Oh, I've been doing it from the beginning. Badgers don't deserve this.
Said you passed out?
That's right. Just after
I
I fired.
wouldn't be surprised if the premise of this quest was already a
Nothing.
thing that was happening.
I woke
in
up
fact,
in bed the
I
next
think
morning.
This is what Larry Ellison
Killer headache
was
to boot.
doing with the
Any
Tylenol
idea
and
how you
autism
made it
thing.
back to your bed?
Nope. None. Elizabeth's at a loss too.
Maybe something similar.
Security look into this? Say anything?
This is where things get a little weird.
They claim there's no sign of a break-in or of a shot being fired.
Security cams didn't record anything. Guard outside didn't see or hear anything.
They suggested Jeff must have had a bad dream. Convenient answer.
As a digital marketing
Liz
exec
gave
for
security
Corpos
the
earlier,
day
I can tell you
off
it's
so
already
I could call
happening.
you in.
The background stuff, like the stuff we discover in this quest.
What did the intruder
Because
look
you
like?
discover some scary shit, guys.
I can't remember much. It was dark. He was wearing some sort of mask. Or was it an implant? Couldn't really get a good look at
Oh,
him.
by the way, as I've shown,
Elizabeth
we
didn't
already
see
have
either?
masks, and we've had them since
I
Bush
slept through the
1.
whole thing.
That looks
Election
so
season
realistic,
takes
you
its
wouldn't
toll
know
on
if
you.
it's real or not.
Security outfit, SSI. Who are they?
Been on the market the last 15 years. They have clients across the city. If memory serves, they came recommended. An acquaintance. You think SSI might be behind this?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Darth Norak, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like that's
someone
also
hiding
where the
behind
Tylenol
SSI.
thing comes in from. That's
Anyone
why
come to
they
mind
want
readily?
data on autistic
Walden
people
Holt?
for is
He
to
did
understand
kill
how
the
people
last
behave
mayor.
and respond to certain
And the polls
stimuli.
do have him trailing
because they
Jeff.
want to be able to predict.
But
they can already do
could
the
be
mind
anyone,
control.
really.
Jeff has many enemies, a lot of them powerful.
We could sit here naming names all day.
I see.
That's why I called you, V. I need you to find out what the hell's going on.
Anything else you want to tell me? Or think maybe you should?
Nope, that about covered it. Liz?
It seems like everything. It's unlikely we'll learn anything anyway.
Honey, please. I'm sure Veal turns something up.
Oh,
So,
yes, I will.
you got all you need for now?
Wouldn't mind taking a look around the apartment.
Of course. Liz can give you the tour. Gotta run to a meeting. As soon as you learn anything, let me know.
Damn, Jefferson looks so much worse with the visual mods I have on.
Come on. Let me show you around. Rather poke around my own way. You mind? No, of course not. I'll be right behind you, in case.
You haven't an idea what you're talking about.
The green-haired woman snorted and mockingly smiled.
I've visited many worlds, each built on a lie. All, although this might be the first time I've seen its
Fresh
people
fruit.
so stubbornly close their eyes to it.
The San felt a rage sweat.
Fresh fruit. Now that's insane. Because fresh fruit is not
Dare
something
this
that
woman,
the,
an outsider
it's
to the
been
utopia of
enhanced.
Titania,
What?
so harshly criticize a system that has guaranteed the happiness of millions.
The girl brushed a violet lock.
If anyone is
The
blind
girl
here,
brushed
it's
a
you.
violet
The
lock
San
of hair
finally
on her
erupted.
forehead and winked at the
Titania
man
knows
with the
no
silver
inequity.
tattoos.
Okay. I can't make that stop for a second. Fresh fruit is a really important thing to find because in this universe, real food, like actual food, is essentially impossible to come by. Grown naturally from an organic or hydroponic source means this is something that, yeah, do I have a mod that is reading that text? Yes, I do. Elevated levels of acetylcholine and GABA affect improved cognitive function, capacity to learn, accelerated synapse formation. As in, like, this is just... Wait, you guys shouldn't be able to hear the actual game right now. I muted it, right? I'm just waiting for the actual, like, reading to end because I didn't realize it was going to be like that. Good, good, good. You're not supposed to be able to hear it. By the way, like, imagine living like this. This is your view. Can't hear the game or the TTS. Can hear you, though? Good. You're not supposed to. Okay, now we get to a space that has a computer. Shite view, no taste. I mean, it is Night City. Alright, what do we got here? Even that interior, that is new money. Oh, of course. Funcore, you would. But yes, of course it's new money. That's all they are. All the old money lives on the moon. So, maintenance teams. We're coming up on our scheduled maintenance works. You all know the drill. Only one necessary agent will remain on site. In the meantime, the security system will be switched off and scrubbed clean. That right there
Bubblegum loved her.
is sus. To all teams, despite making a reservation known, Target Alpha has decided to contact a mercenary to look into a political matter. Though Alpha's worries might be justified, an outsider on site raises serious concerns. If you encounter a mercenary in question, do not talk to them unless otherwise instructed. Regardless, carry on with your duties in accordance with standard procedure. We are this mercenary. Fuck cyberpunk dystopian future. This is where we're headed. Can you jump off the building for me? Just want to see what happens. Sure, why not? That's what happens. Also, yes, that's why you never trust private security. Well, to be fair, there is no public security. The police force are a corporation that's listed on the stock exchange. So, you know, even that's private security. That hand thing, yep, that is how you connect to computers, is the thing in your hand. Alright, what else do we have on here files-wise? File deleted. Interesting. Another file deleted. Yeah, Arasaka owns the police, Militech owns the border force. Hey, you guys remember how Palantir did a 2023 summit that they called their Miltech Summit? Hey, look! I have something that makes it so the camera can't see my face. I didn't know that.
Vote for Paralysis.
We're paying the staffers and for the campaign out of pocket. And we keep all the campaign stuff here.
It's cheaper that way.
We have an urgent situation on the main site. There was a behavioral anomaly during the maintenance, and a blue agent was injured by target Alpha. Alpha is secure, but blue 66M is in critical condition. I'm requesting emergency access to Sector 0 in order to treat medical supplies. Interesting. It was installed by Victor, so no one could ID you on the cameras.
It looks like SSI's employees knew about the break-in.
Cannot grant remote access to Sector 0, but the access code is 6709. I'll write that down because I'm going to forget about it. 6709. Alright, let's go find this secret fucking room. Which is probably on the other side of the house, but...
Bloodstains. Not quite scrubbed clean. Where's the blood from? It yours?
I'm 100% sure it's
I know
not
how to do
ours.
the quest, it's just been a while.
Maybe the intruders?
Probably.
Bullet holes?
Bullet holes. Cocked up. Someone tried to patch up the bullet holes. Assuming neither of
Yes,
you
I
had
do.
anything to do with this.
I'm just going
No,
about this
of
as if
course
I've
not.
never played it, because there's people who have never seen this before.
Jeff's office. Control room.
Archive conversation, Commissioner Falter and Jefferson. The new poster, Killer Look Jefferson, gun in hand, chin up, he'll be fighting for you. The whole department's buzzing, glad it's getting attention. Figured I'd help you lean into the image. Had one of our new toys sent over. Smart linked, non-lethal, real People's Defender gear. I'm not interested in carrying a bribe dressed up in NCPD blue. Bribe? Come on, Jeff. It's a gift. Want to make sure you stay safe out there. Let me take you for a ride along, show you how hot the streets can be. I can take the heat, Falter. That's the job. Suit yourself. Just hope you don't burn before Election Day. That's the police, so...
Storage and flea market crammed into one.
Oh, nice little free gun. Lizzie Wizzy's biography, which we don't need right now. The Avian Extermination Act. Oh yes, this is something that's going to be real. Recently covered a story about how all birds are likely to go extinct in the next 30 years. The Avian Extermination Act was adopted by the Night City Council on May 4th, 2063. Purpose: in the face of increasingly frequent and deadly zoonotic disease outbreaks, the City Council decided the most effective method for reducing the risk of infection among residents is via the extermination of all avian life within 18 miles of city limits. So, you know, it's already in effect in China? Not surprised.
This is Jeff's personal machine. I doubt you'll find anything on it relating to the break-in.
Main stuff. Find files. Cool. Commercial. No audio.
Tight bites. You and Jeff must be putting in serious overtime.
Elections.
You don't even have time to think about food, so you just order whatever's quickest. But yes, it's true, Jeff hasn't eaten anything else recently.
Seems a happy fam. That your daughter?
Sachi. Oh, we miss her. Her studies took her abroad.
Huh, where to?
Europe. An excellent school. She'll get a good education. I know it's an ocean away.
Europe than America.
But with Jeff running for mayor, it's just safer this way.
Wedding pic? Interesting backdrop.
I wanted blue roses, so we ordered a whole... This is where we
Blue
sleep.
roses. You sure? Roses in this picture look pretty red to me.
Oh, of course, you're right. They didn't have blue roses, I forgot.
So, that's a little memory leap.
Notice anything different in here after the break-in?
No, I don't think so. What do you have in mind?
Jeff said he passed out. Anything seem out of the ordinary? The bedding, its arrangement, any signs at all?
As if he was dragged back to bed, you mean? No, I didn't notice anything.
Mind if I take a look around?
Be my guest.
Iron. This Jeff's?
Mine, actually. But yes, that's the one Jeff used that night.
Love a lady with a gun. So, wrong color on the wedding photo. America, a prophecy. The terror answered, I am Orc, wreathed round in a cursed tree. The times are ended, shadows pass, the morning gins to break, the fiery joy, the Urizen prevent. I don't know, this looks like fucking schizo posting. So I haven't played this game, but this lady and Jefferson keep giving non-specific answers, and when the convo turns to a topic that can be externally verified, you'll find out why, because that's all they can do. And it's not that they're, like, being corpos about it. It's worse. Okay, there's Sochi's computer. I thought she was in Europe. Judy Alvarez. I didn't realize they were reaching out to Judy. That's my girl right there.
Broken?
It was fine a couple days ago. We rarely use it, though.
Hey, what's up, Keanu?
What was that?
No fucking clue. Felt kinda good, but weird. Like tripping on acid.
That happened to the screen a lot. Or to any of the others?
I don't understand.
What just happened a second ago? Didn't see it?
No? What?
I like
never
Johnny's
mind.
costume. Okay, well, here's the other room, which is already unlocked somehow.
Jesus Christ.
Think we're safe putting your security at the top of our list of suspects?
They violated our privacy. Sons of bitches! Under my own roof!
Wonder how long they've been keeping this from you.
Alright, we got report.
Too long.
Typical
Listen
behavior.
now. I'm not letting any more of those freaks set foot.
Wonder where else these cables run.
My head.
Alpha started
Something
using
wrong?
stimulants, most likely due to
Don't worry
heightened
about
stress
me.
induced by recent
Do what you
events.
have to
I hereby
do.
authorize amplification of neural dampening. Despite objections from the chief's security chief Wallace, Subject Alpha has contracted the services of a local mercenary. This qualifies as an extreme deviation from acceptable behavior and brings Alpha's overall stability into question. Emergency maintenance requested. Request to proceed with Operation Condon. Target Alpha has been approved. The joint maneuver will be conducted with Orange Team. Mercenary contacted by Alpha has appeared on site. Field agents from Tier Orange have successfully avoided contact. Orange reports that the mercenary does not pose any threat. An extreme behavioral deviation occurred while conducting planned maintenance procedures. Field Agent Blue 66M was severely injured by the target Alpha and evacuated by Teams Orange and Black. Operation Suspension Protocol has been initiated, and the only Team Orange is to remain on site. Team Black will continue observation until normal operations can be resumed, from which will not occur before audit and report in summary for Team Blue. There is some sus shit going on here. Like, for example, there is a lot of monitors here. Let's see where all this goes. Oh, by the way, like, two-sided glass. So those cables came up through here. And up there. Mercenary contracted by Alpha has appeared on site. Mercenaries currently roaming the property. Mercenaries reading the journals right now. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got these cables. Gotta follow them. Where do they go? Where do they go? Where do they go? They go here.
Odd. Tech's practically prehistoric, but doesn't look older than a day.
Saw something like this back in the war. Transmitters. Militech was using them. Short-range UHF. Signal only travels line of sight, but it can't be intercepted.
Line of sight. Let's look around, see if we can't spot where our receiver's camping out. Got a vision on our receiver. Black van parked next to it. Gotta be our winner. Transmitter's within reach of our mystery van. Wonder if Elizabeth has ever seen the car.
Whoa, hold on. Why'd you change the goddamn mission? We're gonna go to that car. Wait, we might actually have to go to Gary first.
Liz, this is way bigger than we thought. Jeff's entire campaign could be threatened.
Let me worry about the race. Just tell me what you managed to find.
There's a transmitter on the roof. Seems to be conveying a signal to a van out front. Know who it might be?
We never set up any transmitter. And I don't know a thing about any van, but my guess is it's SSI's.
Don't really see any other possibility. But we still don't know.
Like, this stuff is currently the type of thing that happens, you know?
Who they work
We're gonna have to visit,
So what do we do with the transmitter?
Homeless man before we go
Nothing
to the
just yet.
transmitter.
Let me check the van first.
I'll wait here. Just don't tell Jeff anything for now, okay?
Sure, whatever. I'll call him once I know something more substantial.
That's fine. Just remember it's the busiest time for Jeff right now. You can always come and talk to me.
Fine.
Sure,
I'll keep that in mind.
Alright, let's go see our favorite homeless man. God damn, this is a big ass house. Fucking douchebag. Gary? Hell yeah, Gary. I gotta do the last chat with Gary before we go to the van that is receiving all this information, because if we don't talk to Gary first, then we miss a bit of it. All of this, by the way, is setting up the second game, which is going to be against like Rogue AI, but like that's not related to the politics bit I'm trying to talk about here. The politics bit I'm trying to get at here is all about mind control.
How about we take the wheels, V? That van could give us a slip any second.
We'll get there, don't worry. Go see Gary. second game coming? Yep, it is currently called Cyberpunk 2. It's right now it's in pre-development. No, they changed Orion to 2. It's in pre-production. It's gonna be really good. I know exactly what the story for it will be. I tell you, but it would spoil a lot of this game as well. Time I use auto drive is to make those sharp turns. It's very funny.
That those who have sold you your mechanical eyes have resisted the temptation to peek through them? Cameras are all around us, even within us. Your joys, your worries, your life. For them, it is all mere spectacle.
Ever since Vic installed my Kuroshi eyes, I've had this feeling that someone's watching.
Cybernetics are our undoing. A blessing and a curse.
This is me.
We replace our flesh most sacred with metal.
Literally
their
me.
metal. They hold the off switch. Our sight, our breath, even our minds. Theirs for the taking. But who are those who follow our every step, you ask? Why, the titans of entertainment in Alpha Centauri!
Alpha Centauri is not what
in their wretchedness, they placate their weary and oppressed masses by putting our laughter, our tears, on full display!
Get next to him. I'll snap a still of you arresting him for revealing government secrets.
Open your mind before it is too late!
Are you gonna lead us to a secret meeting as well?
Will, like,
I mean, everything he says is correct.
Like,
he's just wrong about how.
I just can't.
Like what he calls vampires or just maelstrom. Alpha Centauri
I recognize
stands for beyond
you
the black
come here
wall.
often. Your eyes tell me that your mind has opened to the truth. Will you provide a humble donation so that I may continue my mission?
You do good work. Use this to wake Night City up.
Thank you for your devotion. I saw a disciple of truth in you from the very beginning.
Are you gonna give me the data?
Radio waves bear the truth. Let those with ears listen and those with eyes behold.
I would give this man any
Their
money.
mothership conceals
No, isn't vampires kind of accurate in your monster manual? I mean, yes, but like when he says vampires, what he means is maelstrom, which is like a gang that is so transhuman that they hate people. What's up, Ares? All right, let's go find out what's going on with this van. He gives you the data after you save it from the nomads. Yeah, I realized that there was too much to wait for there, so I'm just gonna not do it. And we're just gonna go find the van because the important political part of the story will still exist. We'll just miss some context. I need to get enough money to buy an AV. Instead of driving around the city, I could just be flying. We have IRL vampires like Ryan Johnson. Ow. That hurt. Is he wearing a trash bag? Yes, he is, Jen. He is wearing a trash bag. Again, like, living in this kind of a universe is not exactly easy. I wonder how many fines I racked up from speeding. Okay, cool. We did the brief, cool thing talking to a homeless guy. Now let's see the merc cop this city needs. Go harass a dad. To be fair, I'm not a cop. I've killed many a cop in this game because the cops are pretty bad too. Really? Land on the barbed wire?
Jam-packed with hardware. My optics don't see any manufacturer info or
Definitely
detecting
not your
mods.
ordinary van.
They don't. We are about to find out.
Earjacking. Huh. Could be the security firm or government. Media scouting for dirt on... Don't lose them, V.
I'm
now you're interested.
We could expose a corpo conspiracy here. V, I'm telling you. They could be corpo spies or who the fuck knows what.
Can it not drive? There we go. Like real life FBI vans? True.
Gonna lose them if you don't pick up the pace.
Or ice vans? Yeah, that sounds a lot more like ice vans. Is there a difference at this point? The FBI is less evil. Like, they're still evil, but there's still a couple of them in there.
Code 0. I repeat, Code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
Why are the police chasing me now? Again, between rent, food, necessary firearms, expenses, rented cyber implants, and insurance, the
You look
only
at
option
politicians and see
that
a
a normal person
curated
has to
display,
survive in
but
Night
behind the
City,
scenes,
the
it's
management
all
job,
out of
humiliating,
Citizens don't choose their
humiliating more
representatives.
for crime.
Then who?
Yeah, that's why most people
The
become
key
mercs, like
players,
me.
string pullers. They spy on all the paralyses, look for weak spots, blackmail, rig election.
They're taking us in the north side. It's cannoned well, Johnny.
Oh, fuck it.
Can't lie. You know that.
What am I getting hit?
Nobody makes it out alive.
Are they all dead? Is that sword a Witcher sword mod? Yes, it is. It is literally erudite. Don't worry, it only kills bad
Pierced it,
people,
we're in.
basically.
Couldn't ask the NCPD for better records than this.
Alright,
Pictures,
here's the
medical
important
records.
part.
Vulnerability to neuroplasticity. It's some kind of database. Brain scans, the paralysis, biological casts, neuroplasticity.
Fuck. What about that? The blue shit.
Fresh neural links.
Remember, subject blue? The blue is code that they are inputting into this person's brain. This is the mind control aspect.
They're not spying on them, Johnny. They're fucking with their heads.
Mean to say someone's literally controlling our upstanding politicians' minds?
Uh-huh. Red blots are memory residue in the hippocampus region. See how they're bleeding into the blue?
So what are we looking at?
They're planting new memories in their heads, modifying their personalities. This is big shit, Johnny.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Got other guinea pigs besides the paralysis,
But
too.
like, this is what we're trying to create in the real world. We want to build this. This is Larry Ellison's fucking dream.
Quick, download the data. Whoever comes looking for it, that's your suspect.
Shit! They're wiping the data. We've been made. Now they know someone's been in their database.
Wonder if they also know who.
Probably. Well, you kind of gotta be if you're gonna get like modded out with cyberware, because you kind of have to understand how the cyberware works and interacts with your body. A big thing that you don't really see in the game, but is an actual issue, is people's bodies reject cyberware, and then bad things happen to them. Or Ripper Docs just scam you.
V, do you have any news?
Gonna wanna sit down for this. It's way bigger than we thought.
What is?
You're being brainwashed. Literally. They've scanned your minds and now using some kind of conditioning to...
Wait, not on the Hollow.
Right. I'll come by.
No. You and we need to speak alone. I know a little ramen place in Japantown. Sending you the coordinates.
Right. See you there.
Alright, let's finish this quest. They all reject cyberware. Everyone has to take those reverse steroid boosters things so the body doesn't treat cyberware as a foreign object. I didn't think everyone had to do that, but you know what? That would track. Besides Smasher, but that's because Smasher's not human. Full body conversion for Adam Smasher. Like those old TV episodes of Dollhouse about addict Nepo babies. Yeah, see, dolls in this world are different. They're actually escorts with a brain chip that can make them act anyway. It's basically If you took a sex AI chatbot and then installed that into a human brain, that's what escorts are like in this game. Of course, censored again. Fuck you, chat. I should probably pay my fine. Are you kidding me? Fuck off. Alright, let's see with that's a weird app.
Will you sit? Please? Thank you for coming.
Why are we meeting here and not at your pad?
Because I have something to confess. In private. Not in front of Jeff.
Okay. Confess away.
I'm sorry. My nerves are shot. I can't gather my thoughts.
Wasn't that long ago we last met. Something happened since then?
No, I mean, something did happen, though not recently. It's a long story. I don't quite know how to tell you. Where to even start?
Relax. No need to rush.
A while ago, I started noticing some changes in Jeff's behavior. His personality, he seemed to be changing right in front of me. Becoming someone else.
Does this sound familiar to any of you? Like, you know, if you think about, like, doctors or nurses you may have known who are now, like, anti-vax MAGA Nazis, their personalities flipping 180 right in front of you.
How so?
He stopped reading, forgot the title of his favorite movie. Even his musical taste changed overnight.
There's a reason I really wanted to show this quest.
Once, I said we should visit his brother's grave. And he told me that he'd been an only child. That's when I started thinking something bad was happening. Something insidious. And not just with Jeff.
Notice any changes in yourself?
After some time, on several occasions, my friends pointed out that I was acting strangely.
Oh, that must have been hard.
It was. You know, it's at times like those you start to question reality.
Altered, pruned, enhanced, quote unquote, yeah.
So the whole time you
I
knew
fully
what I
recommend
could
you all
end
go
up
on
finding.
your like friends and family's phones
I don't
and
know
just
who,
like
how,
unfollow
or
people
why,
on their social media
but
without
they
their
are
knowledge.
changing us.
Maybe follow some good
That
people
concealed
instead.
room in our apartment.
What about it?
I'm sure I'd seen it before, but must have somehow forgotten.
Well, isn't that what
I
friends are
find
for?
that
Exactly.
terrifying.
Haven't told me the whole story yet, have you?
I saw a stranger in our apartment one night tinkering with the monitors.
Because she's
But I was
not
in such a
prude,
state by
that's
then
my
that I
name,
didn't know
Bozo.
if I could trust my own eyes.
So you didn't do anything?
I don't remember what
Also, her
happened.
dress is going
I
under
talked
the
to
chair.
security the next morning.
Find it strange you took this to security instead of your husband.
I thought I was going insane. I wanted to see what was on the feeds first. There was nothing there, of course, so what was I supposed to tell Jeff? And then, the next day, I got a call.
Who was it?
Them. Whoever they are. There was a garbled voice on the other end. He never introduced himself.
They threaten you? Try to blackmail you?
They said I was walking on thin ice. That if we kept stirring up trouble, Jeff could have an accident. Then they wiped any record of our conversation. It was as if it had never happened. So I'm begging you, V. Jefferson can't find out about any of this. Ever. His life depends on it.
The thing is, you get to choose. And neither choice is actually good.
What if you're just saying what they programmed you to say? Just reading off a script based on thoughts planted in your head.
All I know is, I love
Alright,
my
chat.
husband, and I
Should
want
we
him to
tell
be safe
Jefferson the truth or should we not? Y'all
and
vote.
happy.
Or that's what they want you to know.
You know what Jeff will do if you tell him? I know my husband. He'll start
I
looking
always
on his
delete the
own.
browsing history of my
He
PCs
can't
in my
find out
house, so
about
people
this.
in my home can't get consumed by absolute
destroy
brain rot.
him.
It doesn't work like that. They still will. I want all of you to vote. Tell him or don't tell him.
You think if I tell him
got two
everything that
tell-ems.
he'll go and pick a fight he can't win?
I don't just think.
He
I know.
loses his mind.
One
if you
thing
tell
hasn't
him.
changed. Jeff's still a fighter.
And he'll go down swinging. Huh. So how do we play this?
I'm going to tell Jeff that SSI was spying for his
I've
rival,
done both.
Holt.
Neither ending
You
is
just
good,
need to
so
confirm
sure, I'll
what
tell
I
him.
say.
That's what you guys voted for.
Truly prepared to fire SSI? After the threats? It'd be brave, but risky as all get out.
What they're doing to us is one thing, but when you found that concealed room, I can't accept strangers spying on us while we sleep. Not under my own roof.
Bitch,
What
they've been
difference
doing that
does it
for
make
50
where?
years.
I'll take full responsibility for anything SSI goes on to do. I'm just asking you not to get Jefferson involved.
Mhm.
I'll add a meeting in Reconciliation Park to Jeff's schedule. He'll be waiting.
Alright, let's go tell
Since
him
I
the
can't
truth.
know if I'll remember this conversation tomorrow, I'm counting on you not to forget what I asked of you.
I won't. But that's all I can
What
promise.
was your vote, Jet?
Goodbye, V.
If you tell him everything, he fights back, becomes a revolutionary, loses his
Whole
mind, goes
thing's fucked
psychotic.
up, huh?
You don't tell him
Wouldn't wanna
everything
be in
stays
her
the same.
pants. Speaking of, overlapping memories, changing personalities. Remind you of anything? But hey, at least we know what we're up against.
So, in my pants, what would you do?
Some real rat bastards behind this. Someone's got to take them down.
Even by risking the paralysis lives?
Fuck knows what kind of shit a mayor controlled by puppet masters could pull. But yeah, you could end up putting their lives at risk. Or not.
Johnny knows
Tough
what's
choice,
on.
V.
You know, telling him is the moral thing to do, and even Johnny knows this. Someone's got to take this bastard down, and even if it, like, puts someone in danger, then that so be it. Plus, like, could you imagine how much damage a puppet master mayor could do? I think she's just a victim in this case. You really can't protect her for trying to blame her husband and daughter. I think you can. Mostly just because, like, I don't think protecting your family above, like, I don't know, doing the right thing is the right answer. I think you need to be doing the right thing, even if it risks you and your family. This is just one good discussion from one mission. I know, this is why I love this game. Johnny's a good dude, just a bit misogynistic. I mean, this is cyberpunk, everyone is. Like, sex is a commodity here. It's not even misogyny, it's just capitalism. So what is this part of the mission called? This is called Dream On. He is a politician after all. He did accept a lot of risk into his life. That's true. Jefferson Perales equals Zoran Mamdani? God, no. All of the cyberpunk missions being rock song references is cool. Well, considering the fact that, like, the band that Johnny is in, like, in-game, is a real band, and, like, has real music, that makes sense. They're not called Samurai in real life, but They're like recursed or something like that.
Listening to 98.7 Body Heat, Night City's hottest music.
I didn't do that. Okay, cool. Wizzy Wizzy. By the way, this is Grimes. What's the mod to put your GPS overlay on the road? I can't remember what it's called, but I'll look it up for you. I'll give it to you in the Discord. Grimes outing Elon at the bottom was hilarious. Fun fact, if you tune into Modern Rock Radio, you can hear Mike Huntsman.
It doesn't matter what you think of doing or do. You can't change anything.
What?
We know who you are. We know what you are. We know what you want. You are playing with fire. Don't dare cross the line.
The Grimes concert in Phantom Liberty, though, is 10 out of 10.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, so that's the warning call we got right as we were walking up to Jefferson. Now, before we actually talk to Jeff, see that guy right there?
Hello, V.
Mr. Blue Eyes, this guy is controlled by an AI. He shows up at key parts of the mission. He's always watching. He's in a couple of the endings. His eyes are always glowing blue because, Oh, you didn't know Mr. Blue Eyes was there, did you, Darth Narak? Yeah, so your eyes go blue when you do an internet transfer, like if you're trying to send money to somebody, your eyes glow blue. It's a data transfer. He's possessed by an AI beyond the Black Wall. And that is likely going to be the plot for the second game. I mean, it's less about the morality. Sometimes repairs require disruption, allowing harm to persist is slower, quieter form of breaking. The people who caused this don't want Jeff to know the truth, and that's enough reason for me to tell him the truth. Oh, I agree. Let's see how this works out. First off, you look like shit, mate.
Need to talk.
Yes, I know. Elizabeth filled me in.
Yeah, he's
Sounds
there
like
the
I was
whole
right
time.
to hire a professional.
Elizabeth, what did she tell you
Pretty sure
exactly?
he's the one that calls us.
Didn't get specific. Just that SSI was spying for that son of a bitch Holt. Guess you got more, though.
SSI wasn't working for Holt. You're in deeper shit than you think.
Meaning?
They're in your heads, Jefferson. Yours and Elizabeth's.
This some kind of chuckle-worthy metaphor?
Strange dreams, partial recall, jumbled memories. It's not just stress and long hours.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but I don't think I like where this is heading.
Wake up! Your brain's a
Me
mess.
when I try and tell something
Messier than the
to
discount
somebody that
section of a
makes them
beady smut
uncomfortable.
hut.
I'm not paying you to make up riddles for me, so get to the point.
SSI's on the take of some unknown group that's out to control your lives. Know there's a concealed room in your pad?
Out with it.
They've got tech in there you wouldn't believe. These people know everything about you and your wife, watching your every move.
I mean, they're all corpo scum. That's my name, Bozo. That's kind of the point.
Somebody's programming you and your wife.
If you didn't
Sounds
tell
like something out of the
Jefferson, he
movies.
would be the corpo scum.
Saw your brain
Brainwashed
scans. They're
mayor.
tweaking your neural connections. This ain't no movie, Jeff. Been at it for a while with you and Liz. Editing your memories, your tastes, your views and beliefs even.
How could I not have known about this?
Your memories, can't even trust those anymore.
I think you need to have had the full conversation with Gary first to do that one. He would be corpo scum if he's being mind controlled.
If that's true, I'll never know what's real in my life and what's a lie, fabricated. Wait, the intruder. I have to find him.
Trust me, you never will.
First, I'll find him. Then I'll find whoever's behind this. Pull the curtain back on these motherfuckers and show them what's what.
Based.
Worst thing anyone can do to a person is strip them of their sense of self. I'd fight back too.
They've made me a winner.
And they're gonna regret that. For now, I'll let them think they're pulling
That's
strings.
a pet food ad.
Good luck.
My God. I have to tell Liz.
Your wife knows everything.
Liz?
How?
Figured it out at some point?
Elizabeth?
No.
No.
She would have said something.
She feared for your life. Your daughter's life. Who could blame her?
Wait, no, that's human food, not dog food.
Anything from me.
It's human food
She
made
doesn't
from
scare
dogs.
easily.
Believe me.
Got an anonymous holo telling her to keep her mouth shut. So she did what the perfect candidate's wife would do. Protected her family.
I won't let them get away with this.
Is there anything else I can do?
You've done enough already, V. All that's left to do is wait.
So what now? Still want to be mayor?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I was
not
gonna
about
say,
to give
yeah,
up. I didn't
Easy
run
V
just
does
to...
the bug stuff. Most animals are
I'll wait
extinct.
for my
by
window.
now.
An opportunity. Then make my move.
You go to Pacifica, you see
Isn't that
someone
exactly
like
what they
cutting
want?
a chicken. You're like, wait, I thought chickens have been illegal for years now.
Well, I'll give them more than they bargained for. Yeah, same with your Eddies. Take care, V.
Good luck.
And good night.
So, thoughts?
Somehow I doubt it's people who are behind this.
So aliens?
Very funny. You're too young to remember this, but not so long ago, people talked about rogue AIs prowling cyberspace.
So, not aliens.
Doesn't matter who. What matters is that guy decided to take up the gauntlet. My man.
You know, Mr. Blue Eyes is also there if you do the Phantom Liberty ending with So Me. Can I shoot him? No, I can't. Doesn't even let me aim on him. Hell yeah, samurai. What's nearby that I could show you guys that's cool? Oh yeah, let's go to the city center just so you could really like, I mean, first off, anyone love a good energy drink with a trans girl ad? I'm guessing the Blue Eyes dude is probably the main antagonist for the second game plot. I don't think so. I think he's just a teaser. I think Blue Eyes is just a regular dude possessed by an AI. There's a quest with Maelstrom in which they're trying to summon a rogue AI to possess them, and I think that's it. There you go. Big girl croc on the Chromanticore drink. I remember douchebags getting so mad about this. Of course they did. Wait, is that a bulge? Yeah, no. Big old girl cock. Or, Creepy Crab, don't forget, tomorrow I will be on this space. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The ads in this game always, like, do it for me because they're so dystopian. It's all about the touch. Body without limits. Wet dream. Be the dreamer, be the dreamer. That's for a VR porn ad. Did I hear cock? I came back for that. You heard girl cock, and it was me showing this ad. Where is it? Where is it? Where is my comments for at? I mean, this game is fantastic. Of course, when you're here before. Oh, there it is. Every time we get near them, they change. I just want one Chromanticore ad for Buncore. Looks playable finally, and holy crap, that hotbar mod you have to be super useful. Oh yeah, no, look. I've got AV traffic, combat overhaul to make things harder, drive a aerial vehicle, night city interactions, canon romances, bigger crowds, stealth runner, more drugs, eviction, so you have to pay rent. Yes, there is a co-op mod, it's not good. Dark future, which makes you need to eat, sleep, shower, hang out with friends. You can die of a heart attack from stress. I just want the goddamn Chromanticore ad. Oh, here we go. Buncore. Girl cock energy drink. Chromanticore. What's the issue with this? I don't know. I've never played the co-op version. But that's what I meant by Goth, let's go. That's not what you were supposed to do. I just want to go home. And then I'm gonna end the game, because I always end the game at home. There we go. Look, I drive like a woman, alright? Well, if I'm missing a door.
Come on.
Shut up, John. You ever just drive around the block near the mission and finish the song on the radio? Yeah, but I also have Samurai on my Spotify, so I would prefer the worst woman driver over a Tesla self-driver any day. Oh yeah, no. Damn. Milfgard! 30 new mares to pick from. I don't know what Milfgard is supposed to be. Applies to a limited selection of dolls. Okay, so this is ordering escorts. And that's food.
For the third consecutive year, Militech has been touted as Night City's best corporation to work for. This prestigious award can be attributed to the numerous employee benefits they offer, such as 5 paid vacation days a year, unlimited...
The best place to work in Night City gives you 5 free vacation days a year.
access to stimulant pharmaceuticals and implant acquisition assistance.
Ah, it's a Nilfgaard reference. That makes sense.
May detain criminal suspects for up to 1 year without...
NCPD may detain criminal suspects for up to 1 year without a court date.
Allowing the shooting of a limb to be considered a warning shot.
NCPD scored another victory in making it so shooting someone in a limb can be defined as a warning shot. Love that. Got a shower to get my my bar up there up. You can go, you can go. Rest of your soul. Go. Go. Like, I also like the transmog, so you can just dress up your character how you like. Wait, is Johnny sitting on the couch on Monday? Yeah, no, that's part of an update. Like, he'll show up in your car too. You can chat with him. You can have him play music. Although in my apartment it seems to be different. Anyway, that was our cyberpunk portion. I really wanted to show the Perales quest because it's fucking dark and it's a reality that I can see in the not too distant future. Like I can see something like that happening. Now I want to play again. I want to play more. Sometimes I play Wolfenstein after stream as well. I've just recently started playing that. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all so much for 1,000 subs on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Join the Discord, guys. Like the YouTube stream and follow me on Discord because I've been banned from Twitch twice already. The third one is going to be a perma. So you're going to want to jump onto YouTube so you can still find me. If you want to donate, you can use that link and you can do so without Twitch or YouTube taking a cut. Is that car flies? That's a mod jet. Sorry, I actually had YouTube stream minimized by accident there. But yes. Pin is in, donate, submit people, or I mean good stream. Thank you. And remember, tomorrow I will be on this space at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So go and drop them a follow, support independent left media. And I hope you all have a lovely night. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.